Chapter 308. Chapter 308. The Great Tribulation of Heaven and Earth. Is the unusually tall and mysterious white bone door entered the fist-sized ball. The ball gradually began to undergo some mysterious and inexplicable changes. After this mysterious change, the ball gradually emitted an indescribable aura. This aura seemed to contain endless profound mysteries. It had the power to attract the attention and mind of any living being. Luo Fan's expression did not change at all. He only raised his hand and waved it gently. The ball that had sucked the huge white bone door into it suddenly trembled and disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already in Luo Fan's hand. He gently grabbed it. Impressively, Luo Fan had used his mastery of the 10,000 miles of void to distort the void and move this thing. After holding the ball, Luo Fan did not hesitate, nor did he need to think too much. With just a thought, an incomparably powerful will split off, bringing with it the power of the heavens and the earth, reaching a profound level. It directly passed through the barrier of the sphere's surface and suddenly rushed into the sphere's illusory space. In an instant, the illusory space within the ball was suddenly filled with lightning and thunder. Endless changes of the world suddenly appeared within it. The originally peaceful space instantly seemed to welcome the end of the world. In the blink of an eye, the world was enveloped by endless lightning, and endless dangers appeared everywhere in the world. The countless living beings in the illusory space were completely shattered at that moment, instantly turning into powder. Billions of living beings were destroyed just like that. Seeing such a world-destroying scene, Luo Fan's mind and consciousness did not waver at all. As he thought about it, the endless lightning quickly shuttled back and forth in the illusory space like electric dragons, circulating wildly. In the blink of an eye, it had formed 36 extremely complicated and profound restrictions that seemed to contain all the mysteries of the world and all living beings. The moment the restrictions were formed, they produced an endless suction force. This incomparably huge and profound force targeted the endless connate origin chi in the primordial world and the endless demonic chi in the heaven of rebirth of bones. The connate origin chi in the primordial world was outside the ball, but the origin chi in the heaven of rebirth of bones was behind the white bone door. In other words, it was inside the ball, inside the 36 restrictions. The two forces instantly surged into the 36 restrictions, one from the inside and the other from the outside. The amount of connate origin chi and demonic chi that surged in was unimaginable. In an instant, two huge vortexes were formed in the space between the inside and the outside. Like millstones, they ground the 36 restrictions from the inside and the outside. As the two forces, one on the inside and one on the outside, the 36 restrictions gradually changed. Gradually, they fused with the sphere, the illusory space, and the mysterious white bone door. Gradually, they became one and could no longer be separated. It was as if they were born to be one. This change lasted for a long time. Although the endless connate origin chi from the outside world was huge, because of Luo Fan's control, the vortex formed was small. It was like a pocket-sized model gathered in Luo Fan's palm and only wrapped a thin layer around the ball. Therefore, Luo Fan, who controlled the vortex and the suction force, was not affected by the vortex. Instead, because he controlled the vortex in his hand, countless sounds appeared in the void around him, making him seem like the creator of the world. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 49 days had passed. On this day, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out from Luo Fan's palm. Following this sound, the powerful suction force that had existed for the past 49 days disappeared instantly. The vortex, which had been spinning inside and outside the ball and grinding the 36 restrictions, disappeared at the same time. The world inside the ball became clear. Countless living beings were quickly being reborn in the illusory space inside the ball. Before the thunderous sound stopped, the space that had been like a dead zone had returned to its previous state of prosperity and vitality. Moreover, The ball in Luo Fan's hand had already turned into a very ordinary and simple stone ball. It didn't have any trace of mysteriousness, nor did it emit any trace of aura fluctuations at this moment. The ball looked like it had been casually picked up from the ground. At most, it was a stone ball that had been slightly polished into a ball. Now that this treasure has been refined, it contains the supreme control hub of the 10,000 Bones rebirth. Let's call it the 10,000 Bones Heavenly Tao. After the treasure turned into an ordinary stone ball, Luo Fan smiled and said to Guling, who had not dared to blink for 49 days, "Thank you, Master. You've worked hard." Guling hurriedly bowed. Luo Fan smiled slightly. He raised his hand and gently waved it. Gulingji's body was affected by an incomparably powerful force. He stood up without any ability to resist. The power of this treasure is not weak, but you must not be tempted by its power. In the future, you must focus on your own cultivation. This artifact can protect you during your tribulation, but you can't put the cart before the horse and place too much importance on it, Luo Fan said. "Disciple understands," Guling hurriedly said. When Luo Fan saw this, he handed the ball to Guling. Guling received the ball excitedly. The moment he touched it, his body trembled. The ball was extremely heavy. Holding it, Guling felt like he was holding a mountain that was several million feet tall. If it wasn't for the familiar feeling that he was holding a part of his body, he would not have been able to hold the ball. In an instant, Guling understood that the ball was not only extremely powerful, but it also had a close connection with him. It was probably not inferior to anything he had encountered in the heaven of myriad bones rebirth. With a slight thought, he buried his consciousness into this ordinary stone ball. In an instant, he felt as if he had passed through a strange space-time gap and arrived in another boundless, all-inclusive space that contained endless essence chi. This is the interior of this artifact. Guling stared blankly at the boundless world before him. He was shocked to the point that he had reached an unimaginable level. As he thought about it, he arrived in the center of this all-inclusive space, in front of the towering white bone door that covered the entire world. This was the door that connected to the heaven of myriad bones rebirth. Guling was extremely sure of this. However, this door was vastly different from the white bone door that he had refined with the power of hundreds of millions of enlightened beings. In the past, his white bone door had relied on the power of countless enlightened beings to forcefully break through the heaven of myriad bones rebirth. Then, he had used the method of elimination to find the primordial world and come into contact with the power of the entire heaven of myriad bones rebirth. Therefore, after the passage was formed, although it had already merged with the space of the primordial world, it still felt incompatible with the primordial world. Anyone who saw this white bone door would know that it was an item from the outer realm of the primordial world. The white bone door had appeared because of a certain life form in the void outside the primordial world. Under such circumstances, the white bone gate would naturally give birth to a desire for the intruder. It was as if the white bone door could not pass through life forms that were too powerful. As long as it was enlightened being in the heaven of myriad bones rebirth, it would definitely not be able to pass through this door. This was also the reason why Guling could not use the white bone door to enter the primordial world, even though he had used the power of hundreds of millions of enlightened beings to create this white bone door. He could only send the lives wrapped in the heavenly bone stone over. His goal was to allow these lives to return with a clear mind and explain what kind of place the primordial world was. However, at this moment, the white bone door had undergone an extremely huge change after being refined by his master. This change was so powerful that it was as mysterious and unbelievable as when he had witnessed the heaven of myriad bones rebirth bestowing life upon a certain skeleton that had appeared out of thin air. At this moment, the entire door had already fused with the illusory space. At a glance, one could no longer see the slightest difference between the white bone door and the illusory space. Moreover, the restriction that the white bone door had on the strength of those who entered and left had been completely eliminated. Guling could even feel that if he was still at the peak of the perfected immortal realm in the heaven of myriad bones rebirth, he would definitely be able to pass through this door easily. He would definitely be able to enter the heaven of myriad bones rebirth with ease and bring out all the living beings he wished to bring out. This change seemed simple, but only Guling, who had done it before, knew how difficult it was. It should be known that Guling had spent tens of thousands of years researching this problem wholeheartedly after the white bone door had formed. In the end, he had not gained anything at all. To the primordial world, although the white bone door had only been formed for less than 10,000 years, due to the difference in time between the heaven of myriad bones rebirth and the primordial world, billions of years had passed in the heaven of myriad bones rebirth. With a thought, Guling shifted his attention to another location. He shifted his attention to the countless living beings in the illusory space. He was even more shocked by what he saw. Every single one of those living beings was extremely lifelike. They were alive, they were dead, they had gratitude and enmity, they were persistent, they experienced all sorts of joys and sorrows, and they even had boundless hearts that sought the Tao. All of this caused these boundless living beings to be utterly unable to discern exactly how they were different from real living beings. The more Guling observed the illusory space, the more shocked he became. His admiration for Luo Fan became even more difficult to suppress. He even had the thought of staying in this space forever and never going out. At this moment, a faint sigh seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Guling, who was about to be immersed in the illusory space, was instantly awakened. Guling's heart trembled. His consciousness instantly left the illusory space and returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the person who had sighed was Luo Fan. Seeing his master, he recalled Luo Fan's previous warning. He could not help but feel ashamed. He bowed and said, "I forgot for a moment. Master, please forgive me. It doesn't matter to me whether you forgive me or not. What's important is whether you can truly understand the original intention of refining this Dharma artifact." Luo Fan sighed. "Master, please guide me." Guling's face turned red. "I refined this Dharma artifact because I saw that this white bone door had gathered too much of your effort. It would be a pity if you gave up just like that. In addition, the primordial world will soon welcome a great tribulation of heaven and earth. If you don't have a Dharma artifact to protect you, you won't be able to survive this tribulation with just your cultivation. However, it's not to let you enjoy the feeling of omnipotence." Luo Fan sighed. "I'm ashamed." Guling hurriedly knelt and said, "Get up. It's good that you remember this. Also refine this 10,000 bones heavenly Tao and cultivate well in the future. With your fate with this Dharma artifact, if you can achieve the Tao again, this Dharma artifact might become a Dharma treasure," Luo Fan said calmly. "I understand." Guling bowed and said. Luo Fan waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Guling up. When Luo Fan said that there would be a great tribulation in the primordial world in the future, Guling was reflecting on himself because he had been reprimanded by Luo Fan. However, he did not think much about it. Now that Luo Fan had finished reprimanding him, he thought about it and was shocked. He said, "May I ask, Master, when will the great tribulation of primordial world occur? Why would such a great tribulation appear? There are clues about this in your memory, but it comes from the heaven of reincarnation." Luo Fan nodded and said, "I see." Guling came to a sudden realization when he heard that. He was the consciousness of the heaven of rebirth of all bones, the spirit of all things. He was naturally connected to the billions of worlds in the universe. This naturally included the heaven of reincarnation and the countless living beings in it. With the remaining consciousness of life that he had been reborn from the heaven of reincarnation, he could roughly know about the abnormal situation in the heaven of reincarnation over the past billions of years. However, Luo Fan had not explained it to him previously, so he only felt that it was abnormal. After explaining it, he thought about it and instantly understood the reason for the abnormal changes. He also understood how serious the great tribulation of primordial world would be. Guling's expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth and shouted, "If that's the case, it's terrible. According to what I know, the power of the heaven of reincarnation has reached an unimaginable level. Although the heaven of rebirth of all bones has gathered the bones of billions of worlds in the universe, the power developed is far less than a 10,000th of the heaven of reincarnation. Moreover, the living beings of the heaven of reincarnation have a subtle connection with the hearts of all living beings. If the hearts of living beings undergo a specific change, they can directly travel through any space through this connection. If the primordial world is targeted by the heaven of reincarnation, it will be troublesome." As Guling spoke, his eyes flashed. When he saw Luo Fan, he could not help but relax. He said, "I have been rude. If the primordial world has several powerful people like Master, then even if 10 more of the heaven of reincarnation come, they will not be able to pose any threat. You have relaxed too early. In the primordial world, I am the strongest existence. The strongest of the others are probably just like you when you were still the consciousness of the world and the spirit of all living beings." Luo Fan shook his head and said calmly, "This." When Guling heard this, he could not help but be stunned. A mixture of joy and worry appeared on his face. He was naturally happy because Luo Fan was the strongest person in the primordial world. His strength was powerful and his status was unimaginably high. If he became his disciple, his future would be quite promising. However, he was worried because there was only one Luo Fan in the primordial world. Compared to the limitless power that he possessed, the future of the primordial world was rather bleak. When Luo Fan first met him, he had already used his ability to clearly see everything about the ancient spirit from the inside out, from top to bottom, from memories to the core of his spiritual sense. Naturally, he also understood the ancient spirit's memories and knew how powerful the heaven of reincarnation was. Seeing the change in Guling's expression, he knew what she was thinking. He said, "You don't have to think too much about it. I have already predicted this great calamity tens of thousands of years ago. You only need to cultivate with all your heart, and you will definitely be able to survive this great calamity in the future." Disciple understands. When Guling heard Luo Fan's words, he suppressed the joy and worry in his heart and said, Guling could not be any clearer about Luo Fan's strength from his previous performances. Hearing Luo Fan's words, he naturally believed in him completely. Even though the strength of his heavenly transformation had already shocked him, he believed that Luo Fan would have a way to deal with it. It's precisely because you opened the spatial gate that led to the primordial world that the billions of worlds in the universe were shaken. As a result, several other worlds found a crack and opened the spatial gate to invade the primordial world. Come with me to deal with this matter first and refine the heavenly Tao of 10,000 bones along the way. It will be of great use when the time comes. Luo Fan said indifferently when he saw that Guling had already understood the truth of the matter. This disciple obeys. Guling could not help but feel slightly ashamed as he bowed. Luo Fan raised his hand and pointed. An invisible force suddenly appeared and instantly covered the ground. The heavenly bone, holy stone that was still wrapped in life was completely wrapped in this invisible force. As the invisible force wrapped around them, the heavenly bone, holy stone began to sway slightly. Then they instantly left the ground and floated in the air. There were 1,296 pieces of heavenly bone, holy stone, and there were also 1,296 skeletal life forms. Over 1,000 pieces of heavenly bone, holy stone floated in the air. They were like stars in the sky, appearing rather beautiful. With a thought from Luo Fan, the heavenly bone, holy stone suddenly turned around. All of them took a different path from the other heavenly bone, holy stone, but they all contained some sort of natural mystery. In the end, their target was the ball in Guling's hand. In the blink of an eye, it directly entered the area around the white bone door in the middle of the illusory space. It could even be said to be a simple and crude formation. It absorbed the various types of yuan qi that filled the illusory space and poured them into its body, tempering the skeletal life that was wrapped within. "Thank you, Master." Gu Ling was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood what Luo Fan had done and could not help but thank him. Chapter 309. Dragon Emperor's Power. Heavenly Poison Luo Fan did not respond to Gu Ling's gratitude. He had only done it out of convenience. However, it was not all for the sake of the creatures trapped in the holy heavenly bone rock. He was more worried that these creatures would cause trouble after leaving the holy heavenly bone rock, which would negatively affect the ancient spirits. As a result, he directly said, "Stop talking. Come with me." With that, with a thought, a wondrous sound of the waves appeared beneath Luo Fan and Gu Ling's feet. The wondrous sound of the waves appeared out of nowhere. Following the appearance of the cloud, Luo Fan and Gu Ling's bodies were supported by a huge yet gentle force. Their bodies moved extremely slowly along with the cloud, but in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at a place thousands of miles above the ground. The entire process happened naturally, like the wind blowing through the leaves, like the rising and setting of the moon. It was impossible to find any signs of human intervention. Gu Ling had never seen such a wondrous method of flight before. At that moment, she was completely drawn in by the wondrous mysteries contained within the cloud. She could no longer express her gratitude towards Luo Fan. The cloud was condensed naturally from Luo Fan's direct command. It was not man-made. It naturally contained the endless mysteries of the ways of the world, so its speed was unimaginable. When Gu Ling gradually recovered from the profound mysteries contained in the cloud and was able to control her emotions, the cloud had already brought Luo Fan and Gu Ling across a distance of billions of miles and arrived at the location of another space-time portal. This is the space-time portal that the big yellow dragon Emperor Heaven's living beings expended an infinite amount of power to open. You should be very familiar with it. Luo Fan stood on the auspicious cloud and pointed forward. With that, Gu Ling's expression changed. She observed carefully and sensed with rapt attention. Only then did she realize that it was just as Luo Fan had said. At this moment, the region in front of Luo Fan and Gu Ling was filled with the innate energy of the primordial world and the power of the Dragon Emperor that only existed in Great Yellow Emperor, heaven apart from the innate energy of the primordial world. Of course, perhaps this energy was a type of demonic dragon in the eyes of the primordial world, but no matter what, it was something he had learned from the information he had obtained from the beings that had come from Great Yellow Emperor Heaven. It was an energy that only existed in Great Yellow Emperor Heaven. This yuan qi was pale gold in color, and it contained an enormous might that could suppress heaven and earth and all living things. So is this world? Looks like their luck is really unimaginable. Gu Ling revealed a surprised expression as he said, "The myriad bones heaven Tao has supreme power. It's extremely useful to deal with the spatial gate that contains the power of the space-time. You can expand the eternal heaven Tao and use its power to absorb the spatial gate. In this way, not only can you eliminate Great Yellow Emperor Heaven's invasion of the primordial world, but you can also strengthen the myriad bones heaven Tao's power. It's killing two birds with one stone. Don't miss it," Luo Fan said flatly. He already knew what kind of world the Great Yellow Emperor Heaven was from Gu Ling's memory. He also knew what kind of living beings lived in it. Therefore, he naturally knew that the Great Yellow Emperor Heaven was only one of the more ordinary worlds among the billions of worlds in the universe. There were countless kinds of living beings in that world. Apart from the lizard dragons, the rest of them were rather ordinary. Therefore, those living beings respected the lizard dragons. They worshipped the lizard dragons as gods and accepted the lizard dragon's control for billions of years. The space-time portal could only be the work of a lizard dragon. Only a lizard dragon could pass through the portal. In the billions of years that the lizard dragons had been in control of the Great Yellow Dragon Emperor Heaven, they had developed an arrogant and greedy character. That characteristic was engraved in the depths of their souls. Even if Luo Fan could change it for a while, he could not change it forever. In addition, Even if these lizard dragons were the strongest, they were only equivalent to cultivators who had achieved the Tao. For Luo Fan, it was not enough for him to spend so much power to change their mentality, so it was useless for the great calamity of the great desolate land. Therefore, Luo Fan did not have the thought of taking the lizard dragons for his own use like how he treated Guling. He directly asked Guling to absorb the spatial gate and cut off the connection between the great yellow Emperor Heaven and the primordial world. Yes, Guling was overjoyed when she heard Luo Fan's order. As he spoke, he lifted his hand and pointed. The myriad bones of the way of heaven that he had taken into his soul's body shook and charged out of his body into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the myriad bones of the way of heaven that looked like an ordinary stone ball had arrived tens of thousands of kilometers away, where the Dragon Emperor power was the densest. There, the faint golden power of the Dragon Emperor had already condensed into a huge golden vortex. The vortex was 100,000 meters wide. The deeper it went, the more condensed and dazzling the golden light became. When it reached the center of the vortex, the golden light was extremely dazzling and turned into a strange black color. It was as if nobody's eyes could withstand the light's stimulation and would naturally ignore it out of self-protection. This was the opposite of what happened when things reached an extreme. In reality, it was the spatial gate that connected the great yellow Emperor Heaven to the primordial world. The spatial gate was completely different from the myriad bones, reborn heaven. It did not have a real body. The entire spatial gate was purely formed by using the tiny cracks that were formed when Gu Ling probed the passageways of the heaven and earth back then. He used the endless Dragon Emperor power to prop them open and stabilize them. Seriously speaking, instead of calling the spatial gate a door, it was more like a vortex. At this moment, something happened to come out of the great yellow Emperor Heaven gate. Gu Ling raised his eyebrows. He controlled the myriad bones of the way of heaven to turn slightly and produced an extremely mysterious force that swept toward that thing. In the blink of an eye, the thing that had just rushed out of the Dragon Emperor power vortex and was still in a daze was pulled out. At a closer look, it was none other than a 3-meter-long creature that was unusually ferocious. However, the lines on its body were smooth and its scales were exquisite. It looked extremely beautiful and adorable. It was also a tiny lizard dragon that emitted a mighty aura. Master, this dragon is quite cute. I wonder if I can keep it as a mount? Gu Ling was overjoyed when he saw the creature. He pleaded to Luo Fan. Luo Fan naturally didn't mind. In fact, the moment the creature appeared, he had already seen it clearly with the help of the golden eyes of the great sun and the bright moon's silver eyes. He even had a complete grasp of its past and future. He naturally knew that this creature was not simple and was quite fated with Gu Ling. It was suitable for Gu Ling to use as a mount. Thus, he nodded and said, "Sure. I have a technique called the Mother-Child Divine Technique. You can use the power of this technique to leave a restriction in this dragon's soul so that it won't betray you in the future." Although Gu Ling looked down on such a weak little dragon that he could even use his soul to subdue, he knew that his master's remarkable abilities definitely made sense. Thus, he didn't hold back and said, "Thank you, master." Luo Fan nodded. He raised his hand and pointed. A speck of spiritual light rushed out of his hand and instantly burrowed into Gu Ling's soul. With a turn, it rushed into Gu Ling's mind and mind. It turned into a technique that contained countless words and images and integrated into his memory. With a thought, Gu Ling scanned through the memories. The power of this art was inconceivably profound, but it was not overly complicated. With just a glance, Gu Ling had already mastered this art. He raised his hand and pointed, and a complicated and mysterious 3-dimensional talisman rushed out of his hand. In an instant, it crossed the void and rushed straight into the space between the little dragon's eyebrows. It instantly burrowed into its body and completely merged with the core of the little dragon's soul. As the 3-dimensional talisman merged, the lizard dragon suddenly felt sorrow and tears instantly fell. This little dragon looked extremely small, but in fact, it was the reincarnation of the strongest life in the great yellow Dragon Emperor Heaven. Its innate aptitude was high, although it couldn't compare to Gu Ling, who was the consciousness of the heaven and earth and the spirit of all living things in the myriad bones rebirth heaven. It was not much worse than him, but he didn't want to spend so much effort, and so much effort to be reincarnated into the untainted land. The moment he stepped into the untainted land, a restriction was placed on his soul. From then on, he no longer had control over his life and could only be a slave. How could he not be sad and aggrieved? Gu Ling naturally didn't know the background of the creature in front of him. The moment the mother-child divine art entered the depths of the little dragon's spirit soul, he felt as if he had formed a very subtle and close connection with the little dragon. It was as if he could control the little dragon's life and death with just a slight movement of his mind, and he could understand the little dragon's thoughts. This feeling was even more mysterious and intense than when he controlled the lives and emotions of the infinite living beings in the myriad bones rebirth heaven for the consciousness of the heaven and earth. With a thought, the little dragon's thoughts instantly flowed through Gu Ling's mind. So your ancestor Sky Dragon? I didn't expect you to be willing to abandon your position as the top expert in the great yellow dragon emperor heaven to reincarnate and step into the untainted land. Gu Ling was shocked and exclaimed the moment he understood the little dragon's thoughts. Ancestor Sky Dragon was the top expert in the great yellow dragon emperor heaven. Gu Ling obtained this information from the memories of the skeletons in the myriad bones rebirth heaven in the great yellow dragon emperor heaven. Although the space-time portal in front of Gu Ling and Luo Fan was mysterious and incredible, it was created by a living being in the great yellow dragon emperor heaven, so it was naturally not stable. It could not even compare to the space-time portal created by Gu Ling with the power of billions of living beings that had attained the Tao. It could not accommodate living beings that were too powerful. However, in order to step into the portal, Ancestor Sky Dragon had abandoned all his power and cultivation base. He had stepped into the portal without hesitation. This was truly amazing. Gu Ling had been very envious of Ancestor Sky Dragon's prestige, freedom, and respect from billions of people. However, he did not expect the living being, who was originally envied by the consciousness of the heaven and earth and was envied by all living beings, to become so weak. This made him lose his composure. How do you know me? I haven't been in the world for billions of years, and even my body has changed. How can you recognize me? Unless you're the living being that ascended from the great yellow dragon emperor heaven to the immortal world? The young dragon was initially feeling sad, but he was shocked when he suddenly heard a voice that he did not expect even in his dreams. The shock instantly suppressed his sadness, and he could not help but ask, "Ha! You'll know who I am in the future. Come here first. I have more important things to do." Gu Ling had recovered from his shock. He raised his hand and summoned Ancestor Sky Dragon to his side without any resistance. He lay on the auspicious cloud under Luo Fan's feet. Ancestor Sky Dragon was instantly stunned when he got close to the auspicious cloud. This is the immortal world. Tears streamed down Ancestor Sky Dragon's face after a while, and his body trembled slightly. After a while, old Ancestor Sky Dragon murmured, so that's how it is. To be able to obtain such a secret of the supreme Tao of heaven and earth, it's worth it even if I have to be enslaved for eternity. This was the result of Ancestor Tian Long's amazing aptitude. After seeing the magic cloud condensed by Luo Fan's command in the untainted world, he instantly received the mystery of heaven and earth and the sound of the great Tao. He had comprehended the bottleneck of the individual immortal realm that had troubled him for hundreds of millions of years. After comprehending this bottleneck, his strength, body, and cultivation realm would still be equivalent to the deity reversion realm. But in the future, as long as he had enough strength, he could easily achieve Tao. If his energy increased again, he could even easily reach the realm of true immortality. Seeing the change of Ancestor Sky Dragon, Luo Fan's expression changed slightly. His heart is so firm, no wonder he's Countless images flashed through Luo Fan's mind. In those images, Ancestor Sky Dragon was the main character. However, at that time, Ancestor Sky Dragon was already powerful enough to destroy the world. That was Ancestor Sky Dragon's future achievement. Gu Ling did not care about what Ancestor Sky Dragon was thinking at this moment. He raised his hand and pointed. The ball in the distance instantly swelled up and rushed forward. It swallowed the space-time portal that was condensed by countless Dragon Emperor power in the yellow Dragon Emperor heaven. A mysterious and indescribable mystery of space-time was revealed in this process. Through some incredible changes, it stirred the mysterious and powerful Great Tao in the dark and produced a strange change. In an instant, the myriad bones' heavenly way condensed a bit, and its power increased a bit. The illusory space open up also increased a bit. Gu Ling was very satisfied with the strengthening of the myriad bones' heavenly way. With a thought, the myriad bones' heavenly way rotated and sucked in the Dragon Emperor power within a range of billions of miles. The surrounding void was completely restored to its original state without any erosion of the Dragon Emperor power. After obtaining such a huge amount of Dragon Emperor power, the myriad bones' heavenly way was only slightly filled and did not improve much. Gu Ling responded to the myriad bones' heavenly way's changes. He was both happy and worried. He was happy that the myriad bones' heavenly way only improved so little after absorbing so much power, which proved that its power was incredibly powerful. On the other hand, he was worried that the myriad bones' heavenly way's improvement required so much power. In that case, he would need to spend a lot of effort to refine it into a treasure in the future. Master, I've completed my task. Gu Ling recalled the myriad bones' heavenly way and bowed at Luo Fan. Ancestor Sky Dragon is the only one who has entered this place because of Ancestor Sky Dragon's scheme. There's no need to care about it anymore. Follow me to the next location. It should be a mess now, but you'll have to get busy, said Luo Fan faintly. I'm ashamed. When Gu Ling heard Luo Fan's words, he recalled that these were the sins he had left behind when he probed the void in the past. He could not help but feel ashamed. Luo Fan ignored him and nodded. With a thought, the auspicious cloud that allowed Ancestor Sky Dragon to comprehend the bottleneck of the itinerant immortal realm and perfected immortal realm turned and floated towards the next location at a seemingly slow but actually fast speed. During this process, Ancestor Sky Dragon lay on the auspicious cloud and stared closely at every change of the auspicious cloud. His ears pricked up high as he listened to every trace of the great Tao sound that the auspicious cloud emitted. He carefully comprehended every bit of the great Tao of nature contained within it. His expression became more and more intoxicated with the changes of the auspicious cloud. He did not even have the mood to care about the culprit that controlled his soul. He only glared at him fiercely. After a short while, the auspicious cloud had already traversed more than 50 billion miles and arrived at an area that was originally a mountain. This area was already a mess. The entire space within 1,000,000 miles was filled with a faint yellow mist. This yellow mist was filled with a kind of corrosive power. This was a kind of vitality that Gu Ling was very familiar with and also hated, the poison of the heavens. Seeing this vitality, Gu Ling knew where the space-time door in front of him came from. He also knew why Luo Fan had said that he needed trouble. This poison of the heavens could only be found in one world among the billions of worlds in the heavens, the yellow, turban heaven. The creatures that lived in this world were very strange. They were gaseous life forms, and they were born to fuse with the yellow, turban skies, Empyrean poison. The entire world was their living space. As a result, the number of life forms in the yellow turban heaven was even greater than the 1,000 bones rebirth heaven that gathered all the skeletons of the billions of worlds in the heavens. Moreover, because the life forms were gaseous and lived in the poison of the heavens that could even corrode the world, their characteristics were extremely strange. As a result, the life forms in the yellow turban heaven were more difficult to deal with than the life forms in any of the billions of worlds in the heavens. At this moment, just how many life forms were there in the poison of the heavens that covered 1,000,000 miles? Guling looked at Luo Fan pitifully, hoping to get a hint from Luo Fan. This is a sin that you've created, but you need to deal with it, Luo Fan encouraged indifferently. After saying this, Luo Fan remained expressionless. He did not say anything, nor did he do anything. He just stood there quietly. Chapter 310. Although Gu Ling was unwilling, he did not slack off once he made up his mind. With a thought, he moved. His soul wrapped around the great way of 10,000 bones and rushed towards the area where the poison of heaven could corrode even space. The poison of heaven was extremely powerful and mysterious. Because the space of the untainted world contained endless mysteries and was extremely stable, it was unable to corrode the space of the untainted world. However, because of its power, the poison of heaven in front of him had a mysterious characteristic that other worlds' primordial chi did not have. The special characteristic was that the poison of heaven and the space of the untainted world had a very strange power of adhesion. This kind of adhesion caused the power of heaven and the space of the primordial world to be entangled like a few threads that were tangled into ropes through some complicated method. Without spending a lot of effort and understanding of the mysteries of space in the primordial world, it would be difficult to separate them. If Luo Fan took action, he would only need to wave his hand. With a thought, he would be able to collect the poison of heaven, compress it into a ball, and turn it into a refining material. However, for Gu Ling, whose power had been weakened to the limit and who could only rely on the mysteries of the heavenly Tao of 10,000 bones, to get rid of the poison of heaven in front of him, he needed to enter the poison of heaven and find its source. In other words, he needed to find the location of the space portal that connected the yellow turban heaven and the untainted land, and then use the heavenly Tao of 10,000 bones to store the portal. Only then could he use the displacement of the space-time portal to absorb the poison of heaven and the endless gaseous life forms living in it into the great way of 10,000 bones. Luo Fan secretly nodded as he looked at Gu Ling's figure that had no hesitation. With a thought, the auspicious cloud under his feet, which contained the endless mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth, disappeared into thin air. It was as if the auspicious cloud had never appeared. The poison of heaven contained billions of gaseous life forms. The space-time portal that connected the yellow turban heaven and the untainted world was hidden among the billions of gaseous life forms. If Gu Ling wanted to find the source of the poison of heaven, he had to search carefully. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Why is it gone? Right at this moment, Patriarch Tianlong, who was lying on the auspicious cloud, suddenly exclaimed, and he turned his head to look around in a rather bewildered manner. Ancestor Sky Dragon had been the #1 expert in the great yellow dragon emperor heaven for tens of thousands of years, but he was able to abandon his lofty position and power to enter the primordial world. His determination to pursue the Tao had reached a point where even Luo Fan was moved. The moment he saw the auspicious cloud, he had focused all his attention on it. Just now, he had suddenly moved such a long distance away. He did not even notice that his master, Gu Ling, had been sent to the interior of the poison of heaven. Only when the cloud was suddenly dispersed by Luo Fan did he realize that the situation had changed. After looking around, old Ancestor Sky Dragon finally saw Luo Fan, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. When he saw Luo Fan's true appearance, he couldn't help but become even more perplexed. Previously, he was more attracted by the auspicious cloud and did not pay attention to Luo Fan at all. Now that he saw Luo Fan, he could not help but be secretly surprised. The person in front of him was just too ordinary. He was so ordinary that even in the great yellow dragon emperor heaven, he was no different from a lowly commoner or even worse. However, it was obvious that the master who easily set up a restriction deep in his soul was this person's disciple. The person in front of him was definitely not as ordinary as he thought. I see that you're very determined to pursue the Tao, so I'll give you a clear path. Luo Fan smiled. This smile caused Patriarch Sky Dragon's heart to tremble. He felt as if his entire soul, mind, consciousness, and sea of consciousness had all become bright and clear. An extremely natural joy that came from the bottom of his heart suddenly filled his mental conception. Under this joy, everything around him seemed to become extremely beautiful. Even the breeze that blew by seemed to carry a sweet taste. After Luo Fan attained the grand heavenly Tao fruit, there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't perfect. Every single move he made conformed to some sort of supreme truth, and it naturally contained supreme might. Even this smile of his was the same. Ancestor Sky Dragon had already comprehended the bottleneck of the rogue immortal realm and the perfected immortal realm. The mysteries that he sensed were extremely rich, and he was naturally affected more. Great Immortal, please give me some pointers. Ancestor Sky Dragon did not feel that he was affected. He only felt extremely comfortable and smiled unknowingly. The way he addressed Luo Fan followed the impression that the great yellow dragon Emperor Heaven had of the primordial world. He regarded the primordial world as the immortal world, and the cultivators in the immortal world were naturally immortals. Luo Fan raised his hand and pointed, and a misty clear light rushed out from his hand. In an instant, it wrapped around the small dragon. It made Ancestor Sky Dragon feel as if he was wearing a thin layer of light gauze. In front of you is the poison of heaven that seeped out of the yellow turban heaven. It's quite powerful. If you want to obtain the supreme Tao, you can enter it and follow Guling. There will definitely be great benefits. Luo Fan smiled. After that, he took a meaningful look at old Ancestor Tianlong. His figure shook slightly and gradually disappeared in front of old Ancestor Tianlong, like the ripples gradually calming down. With a single thought, he distorted the space within a radius of 30 feet. Then, with the help of his control over the space, he set up a formation that could accelerate the flow of time by 100 times within the 30 feet of space, and he hid himself within the formation. As for whether Ancestor Sky Dragon would listen to him, Luo Fan did not care at all. In fact, giving pointers to Ancestor Sky Dragon was just a convenience. If Ancestor Sky Dragon really had the courage to listen to him and enter the poison of heaven, his achievements in the future would be much higher. If he did not have the courage and hesitated, his achievements would naturally be lower. His choice would represent his fate. Everything was decided by him. Luo Fan had already given pointers on this matter. Ancestor Sky Dragon would naturally bear all the consequences of his choice. Ancestor Sky Dragon was slightly shocked when he saw Luo Fan disappear so naturally and in such disbelief, but that was all. No matter how strong Luo Fan's abilities were, he had already expected it. So, his natural disappearance was still within his expectations. He turned his head to look at the poison of heaven with a radius of 1,000,000 miles in the distance. There was a struggling look in his eyes. As the world's top expert who had suppressed the great yellow dragon Emperor Heaven for tens of thousands of years, Ancestor Sky Dragon naturally had a lot of knowledge. Even if ordinary living beings did not know about it, he had also heard of the characteristics of another world. The poison of heaven in front of him was so powerful that he had naturally heard of its name. Because he had heard of it, he naturally knew that if he encountered the poison of heaven, even with his cultivation realm and power as the world's top expert, he dared not say that he could escape unscathed. At that moment, his power had almost been reduced to nothing. Under such circumstances, how could he not hesitate when Luo Fan suggested him to enter it? Forget it. This great divinity is extremely powerful. What right do I, a living being from a small world, have to be plotted against by him? Since he said so, it must be so. After hesitating for a while, Ancestor Sky Dragon finally saw through it. He gritted his teeth and flapped his wings to fly toward the poison of heaven. Not long after, he charged straight into the area. As he rushed in, the seemingly faint poison of heaven, which in fact contained countless strong and weak living beings, rushed toward him at high speed. The momentum was like a giant mouth that filled the heaven and earth, which was about to devour him. Ancestor Sky Dragon's expression did not change, and the light in his eyes did not dodge at all. Anyone with the potential to become a powerhouse must have one thing in common, which was that they would consider a lot before making a decision. They might even hesitate, but once they made a decision, they would definitely give it all and not turn back until they hit the wall. Ancestor Sky Dragon was naturally the same. At this moment, the misty clear light that Luo fan emitted moved slightly. Like an invisible hand gently pushing the rolling ball away, it pushed away the heaven poison that was madly pouncing towards old Ancestor Sky Dragon, as well as the infinite amount of yellow, turban heaven's life force, preventing them from causing the slightest bit of damage. Feeling such a change, Ancestor Sky Dragon revealed a look of shock. He was naturally shocked that the light that Luo fan casually sent out had such power. It could defend against the poison of heaven that even a peak itinerant immortal could not completely defend against. Sure enough, it was the same thing. Knowing that he no longer had to worry about his own safety, Ancestor Sky Dragon was overjoyed. He looked around and found Gu Ling's direction. He flapped his wings and quickly chased after Gu Ling. At this moment, Gu Ling was like a headless fly in the poison of the firmament, searching for the space-time door. The great Tao of myriad bones was above his head, emitting a mysterious and indescribable power that wrapped around his body and defended him against the endless poison of the firmament. Within the yellow, turban heaven, even the living beings were gaseous, so the space-time portal that was constructed was naturally gaseous as well. Furthermore, unlike the space-time portal constructed by the great yellow dragon Emperor Heaven, which was so eye-catching that one could tell that it was not an ordinary vortex, it was like the white bone portal constructed by an ancient spirit. It was a fixed and unchanging gaseous structure. Its mysteriousness and obscurity could be easily imagined. Although Gu Ling had the help of the mysterious myriad bones of Heaven's Way, it could only protect him from being harmed by the poison of heaven. However, he could not find any clue about the space-time portal. This is quite troublesome. This space-time portal was formed with the help of the space-time rift that I accidentally caused. There must be a lot of fluctuations of the space-time power, but why can't I feel anything? Gu Ling was rather hesitant. Under such circumstances, Gu Ling's speed was naturally not very fast. Ancestor Sky Dragon caught up with Gu Ling in a short while. What are you doing here? Gu Ling was sensing the abnormality in the surroundings, so he was immediately noticed when Ancestor Sky Dragon arrived. A master's mount, so I naturally need to follow master, Ancestor Sky Dragon said matter-of-factly. Good. Since you have this awareness, follow me wholeheartedly in the future, and you will definitely achieve tens of thousands of times more than you did before. Gu Ling laughed and said. Ancestor Sky Dragon only nodded and said nothing more. What Gu Ling said just now was already extremely forced for Ancestor Sky Dragon, which made him so disgusted that he almost vomited. It was impossible for him to say it again. Although Gu Ling had the mother and child divine technique and could know Ancestor Sky Dragon's inner thoughts at any time, he would not be so bored. He raised his hand, and the myriad bones of Heaven's Way shook slightly and wrapped Ancestor Sky Dragon in a protective circle. After being wrapped by the power of the myriad bones of Heaven's Way, Ancestor Sky Dragon's body trembled slightly. He was very familiar with the power of the myriad bones of Heaven's Way, but it also had a slightly different aura. It seemed to be the Dragon Emperor's power that he had been immersed in for tens of thousands of years, but it also seemed to be of a higher level than the Dragon Emperor's power. This aura is the heavenly Dragon Emperor's power that I can't condense for millions of years. Ancestor Sky Dragon was shocked. He had stayed at the peak of the itinerant immortal realm for such a long time, so he had naturally tried countless ways to break through the peak of the itinerant immortal realm. Condensing the Dragon Emperor's power was one of them. At this moment, when he sensed the aura of the myriad bones of Heaven's Way, he knew that this was the direction he had been pursuing for millions of years. If I had obtained a trace of this power earlier, I'm afraid I would have broken through long ago. Ancestor Sky Dragon had mixed feelings. Gu Ling naturally did not have the mood to understand Ancestor Sky Dragon's complicated feelings. The moment Ancestor Dragon Emperor stepped into the protective circle of the myriad bones of Heaven's Way, he instantly felt a very strange vibration in the entire poison of heaven area. The vibration instantly spread across a radius of millions of miles and was instantly caught by Gu Ling, who was extremely sensitive. Got it. Gu Ling frowned, and a trace of joy flashed across his mind. This kind of fluctuation was involuntarily produced by the heaven poison when it was affected by some kind of power that was countless times stronger than them. The vibration contained the undisguised aura of the entire poison of heaven. If he analyzed the aura, he would be able to understand the entire structure of the poison of heaven area, and then find the space-time portal hidden in the endless gaseous life forms. Gu Ling's eyes flashed, and he instantly saw the veil-like clear chi around Ancestor Sky Dragon's body. He instantly smiled, knowing that his master had helped him. Luo Fan was hidden in the space-time formation that he had casually set up. Although he had only casually set it up, the formation already contained the essence of his cultivation after attaining the primordial unity Tao fruit. It contained so many subtle mysteries that even Luo Fan, who was at the peak of the golden immortal realm, could not comprehend it at all. This could be seen from the fact that the space-time formation could accelerate time by 100 times. The formation had a radius of 10,000 feet. The chaotic chi below was rapidly accumulating and condensing, gradually turning into a layer of chaotic chi cloud that was getting thicker and thicker. This was Luo Fan. Luo Fan used his control of the space of the untainted world to absorb the endless innate chi in the void into the formation. Then he used some mysterious power to transform it into chaotic chi, which piled up and formed a cloud that looked like the ground. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the void, Luo Fan's mind flashed with light. With Gu Ling's temperament and aptitude, it will take at least 3 years to find the space-time portal, and another 3 years to collect it. The other space-time portals were all created by the space-time cracks created by Gu Ling's test. The living beings in the world did not completely control the portal. Even if there were living beings in the untainted world, their range of activity would not exceed 1,000,000 miles. Their power would also be quite weak, but there's no need to worry. It'll be fine even if I wait for a few hundred years. Luo Fan weighed the pros and cons. In the blink of an eye, he had already made a plan. He slowly closed his eyes, and countless mysterious spells and magical powers flowed through his mind. It would take Gu Ling 6 years to completely deal with the space-time portal in Yellow Turban Heaven. This also meant that Luo Fan still had a full 600 years of time to use within the space-time array. Naturally, he would not waste it. At this moment, the magical powers and spells that flowed through his mind were the 12,960 scriptures of the Tao Fruit's Way Scripture. After attaining the Tai Tao Fruit, Luo Fan's cultivation realm had risen to a terrifying level. He naturally had new ideas about the Tao Fruit's Way Scripture that he had organized in the past, and he naturally had a new understanding of the various magical powers and spells. There were also countless new mysteries that could be added to it. Since that was the case, he naturally needed to sort it out and comprehend it. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 600 years had passed in the space-time formation. On this day, Luo Fan's mind moved, and he came back to his senses from the complicated process of organizing and comprehending the Tao Fruit's Way Scripture. 600 years was an extremely short period of time to the current Luo Fan. During this period of time, he had only organized and comprehended less than 1,000th of the Tao Fruit's Way Scripture. Even so, compared to 600 years ago, no matter if it was cultivation level or mana, he had a slight improvement. The power that he could unleash was even stronger than 600 years ago. Sensing his changes, Luo Fan felt happy, and at the same time, he understood how long the path of cultivation was. With a slight thought, the steel-like chaotic energy that had been accumulated over the past 600 years was instantly crushed. As if swallowed by a black hole, it instantly passed through all of Luo Fan's acupoints and poured into Luo Fan's body. Then, it was completely swallowed by the extremely mysterious Tai Tao fruit, adding a trace of undetectable power to the ever-changing magic power units in his body. Chapter 3:11. It was impossible to break through 8 gates in a row. After returning to the great wasteland, Luo Fan's eyes shone with a golden light. He could clearly see everything within 1,000,000 miles. The power of the great sun golden pupil and the bright moon silver pupil was inconceivably profound. Seeing through a radius of 1,000,000 miles was as easy as flipping his hand. In the blink of an eye, Luo Fan already knew that after spending 6 years, Gu Ling and old ancestor Tianlong had worked together to completely refine the door that connected the yellow turban heaven and the great wasteland. At the same time, they had completely absorbed a large amount of the poison of the firmament within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. At this moment, Gu Ling and the Sky Dragon Patriarch were lying in a pile on a mountain more than 300,000 miles away from Luo Fan. From afar, one could only feel that their breathing was rising and falling rapidly, and their entire bodies were emitting a thick, baleful aura. One look was enough to tell that they were exhausted from the endless, dangerous battles. Although they were so tired, the current Gu Ling and the Sky Dragon Patriarch were completely different from 6 years ago. The body of the ancient spirit that was lying there was at least 100 times more condensed than it was 6 years ago. Right now, he looked completely like a real, physical body. There was not a single trace of blurriness or instability on his body. In fact, he even had a stronger sense of existence than a physical body of flesh and blood. The Sky Dragon Patriarch's change was even greater. At this moment, his body had grown more than 100 times larger. Originally, it was less than 10 feet tall, but now it was 1,000 feet tall. Although it was lying there, it looked like a small mountain. The gold and silver light in Luo Fan's eyes flashed slightly. He had already seen all the changes in their bodies. After 6 years of training, as the consciousness of the world and the spirit of all living things, the spiritual consciousness that contained a mysterious great Tao had completely fused with this soul spirit. Furthermore, after being refined and fused with the mysterious essence of this spirit soul, it had become even more condensed than it had been 6 years ago. It appeared to be sparkling and translucent, as if it were the most perfect gem or jade in the world. As for the Sky Dragon Patriarch, his power had grown from his infancy to his current mature stage after 6 years of training. His power had reached the peak of the returning to being realm, and he was already quite powerful. Luo Fan looked at it and nodded in his heart. He took a step forward. His figure flashed dozens of times, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the mountain peak where they were resting. He did not hide his figure. The moment he stepped onto the mountain peak, he was noticed by the Sky Dragon Patriarch and Gu Ling. As soon as Gu Ling saw Luo Fan, he was overjoyed. He supported his exhausted body and stood up with great difficulty. He bowed and said, "Master, disciple has finally dealt with the heaven poison. Well done." Luo Fan nodded with a slight smile on his face. Hearing Luo Fan's light praise, Gu Ling did not feel that it was too light. Instead, she was extremely happy, and the smile on her face could no longer be suppressed. "Thank you for your guidance, Great Immortal. If not for Great Immortal, I would not have achieved what I have today." Only then did the Sky Dragon Patriarch kneel down and kowtow to Luo Fan. Although his body had matured and improved greatly in the past few years, it was only secondary. More importantly, through the cooperation with Gu Ling during this period of time, he had gradually comprehended the mysteries of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor's power and had a clearer understanding of the direction of his future cultivation. This is an opportunity that you seized. There is no need to thank anyone. Luo Fan raised his hand and waved. An invisible force acted on the Sky Dragon Patriarch and lifted him up. The Sky Dragon Patriarch did not dare to resist. He stood up, but he did not dare to maintain his huge body facing Luo Fan. His body swayed slightly and gradually shrank. Soon, he had shrunk to 3 meters long. He looked no different from 6 years ago. However, his aura was more than 100 times stronger than 6 years ago. Even if he was lying there, no one would be able to see him as a small dragon. With a thought from Luo Fan, boundless golden light appeared out of nowhere and instantly enveloped Gu Ling and the Sky Dragon Patriarch. Under the shroud of the golden light, Gu Ling, an old ancestor Sky Dragon, instantly felt an incomparably gentle and comfortable feeling from the inside out. In the blink of an eye, the exhaustion caused by the constant battles over the past 6 years had completely disappeared. His body, both inside and out, became incomparably comfortable. His condition had also instantly recovered to its peak state. The exhaustion from before seemed to have happened a long time ago. This feeling caused the man and dragon to feel slightly sluggish. When the two of them had recovered to their peak state, Luo Fan dispersed the golden light that was born from the void with a thought. During these 6 years, Gu Ling, an old ancestor sky dragon, had indeed been fighting nonstop with each other. Back then, Gu Ling had received a hint from Luo Fan's power and the fluctuation of the heaven poison. He had suddenly caught a clue about the space-time door. After he discovered this clue, the life form of the poison of heaven, under the influence of some mysterious mechanism, also learned of this matter. In that instant, the living beings within began to charge forward, throwing all caution to the wind as they carried the firmament poison and formed all sorts of phenomena. Primordial divine beasts attacked Gu Ling and Patriarch Sky Dragon. The 10,000 bones of the heavenly way that Luo Fan had refined with the help of the space-time door was naturally quite mysterious, and its power was quite terrifying. However, the power that it could display also depended on the activation of Gu Ling. After the living beings condensed the phenomena of the primordial divine beasts with the heaven poison, they suffered great losses, but their power also increased by thousands of times. In the end, the 10,000 bones heavenly Tao that Gu Ling controlled was unable to completely defend. It could only shrink its defenses and use various methods to defend against the phenomena and the attacks of the primordial divine beasts, resulting in an extremely intense battle. Just as Luo Fan had expected, the battle lasted for 3 years before it ended. After 3 years, the heaven poison could no longer condense any phenomena or primordial divine beasts that were powerful enough to break through the defenses of the 10,000 bones heavenly Tao. As a result, Gu Ling and the Sky Dragon Patriarch were able to find the space-time door. After finding the space-time door, the Yellow Turban Heaven knew that something was amiss. It used the power of the world to pass through the space-time door and condensed a sky screen that covered tens of thousands of miles under some mysterious law. It instantly changed space-time and enveloped Gu Ling and the Sky Dragon Patriarch within. The sky screen was mysterious. Due to the support of the entire Yellow Turban Heaven, it formed a world of its own. A world of yellow skies and black soil. There were countless soldiers and beasts facing Gu Ling and the Sky Dragon Patriarch. Moreover, the laws in this world were extremely strange. The 10,000 bones heavenly Tao was completely useless under these laws. It could only protect the core souls of Gu Ling and the Sky Dragon Patriarch so that they wouldn't die from the attacks of the countless soldiers and living beings. Under these circumstances, Gu Ling and old ancestor Tianlong could only rely on their own strength and bodies to fight against the endless soldiers and beasts. In the end, he spent 3,000 years to completely annihilate all the soldiers and beasts in this world. When the soldiers and beasts in this world were completely destroyed, the entire world instantly collapsed and turned into a gust of yellow gas. The 10,000 bones, heavenly Tao, instantly sucked it in and completely disappeared. After absorbing the yellow gas, the 10,000 bones, heavenly Tao, was naturally greatly strengthened. The surrounding world also returned to normal due to the disappearance of the yellow gas, returning to the primordial world. After that, Luo Fan arrived. The reason why he could stay in the yellow, turban heaven and black soil world for 3,000 years and the primordial world for 3 years was very simple. It was because the yellow turban heaven and black soil world was, in fact, the endless living beings in the yellow turban heaven used the power of the world to open and expand the space-time door. Its true appearance was the space-time door. Therefore, the flow of time in the world was also affected by the flow of time in yellow gene heaven. Although it was not as fast as yellow gene heaven, which was billions of times faster than primordial world, it was still thousands of times faster than primordial world. The 3,000 years inside were equivalent to 3 years in the primordial world, when Luo Fan controlled the primordial world to produce the healing golden light. He instantly deduced the entire situation from the changes in their bodies, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. A trace of emotion flashed through his mind. The power of the world is indeed incredible. Just the weak living beings can distort the time of the primordial world by 1,000 times with the help of the power of the world. As he sighed, Luo Fan did not say anything else. He raised his hand and waved. A magic cloud the size of an acre suddenly appeared under his feet out of nowhere. Then it lifted slightly and carried the two of them and a dragon into the sky at a seemingly slow but actually fast speed. The magic cloud was still emitting the sound of the great Tao. As the clouds surged on it, they were constantly evolving the infinite truths of the great Tao. However, Patriarch Sky Dragon was no longer as infatuated as he was when he saw the magic cloud last time. It was not that his pursuit of the Tao was no longer the same as it was 6 years ago, but after 3,000 years of fighting, he understood that what he needed to do now was to be down to earth, to strengthen his foundation, and not to bite off more than he could chew to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth that he could only reach after who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Luo Fan swept a glance at Patriarch Sky Dragon and was a little surprised by his decisiveness. If I had met this dragon earlier, he might have been my disciple and Gu Ling would have been my mount. A thought suddenly flashed across Luo Fan's mind. When this thought appeared, he couldn't help but have a deeper understanding of the word fate that existed in the unseen world. In the next 36 years, Luo Fan and the ancient spirit Heavenly Dragon Patriarch roamed the untainted land, dealing with the space-time portals that connected to the untainted land caused by Gu Ling's probing. On this day, they had already dealt with the 11th space-time portal. Only the last one, which was the portal closest to Buzhou Mountain, had not been dealt with yet. Over the past 36 years, Gu Ling and Patriarch Sky Dragon had not been able to relax or rest for a single moment. The 8 space-time portals were located in an area spanning several trillion miles. If Gu Ling and Patriarch Sky Dragon were to travel alone, they might not even be able to traverse tens of thousands of years. However, for Luo Fan, it only took him a few days to complete the entire journey. Every time Gu Ling and Patriarch Sky Dragon exhausted their energy and endless power to deal with the space-time portal, as well as the various strange life forms that came out of it, Luo Fan would casually summon a ray of golden light to relieve their fatigue. Afterwards, he would ride the magic cloud that contained the infinite truths of the great Tao and spend an extremely short amount of time to reach the next location, allowing the two to enter the battle once again. The 8 space-time portals represented 8 completely different primordial worlds. Since the primordial worlds were able to capture the tiny space-time rift that Gu Ling had created, the creator was naturally not simple. To Luo Fan, it was as easy as it had been before. However, to Gu Ling and Patriarch Sky Dragon, it was a problem that required them to exhaust all of their energy and go through untold hardships to finally resolve. Therefore, the location of each space-time portal was a huge challenge for Gu Ling and Patriarch Sky Dragon, be it to their minds or their power. Fortunately, one of them was the consciousness of the world, the spirit of all living things, while the other was the #1 expert in the world for tens of thousands of years. Both of them had astonishing talent and great potential. Furthermore, with the occasional pointers from Luo Fan, not only did they deal with the 8 space-time portals, they also received great training in the process. Their bodies, power, and spirits all received great training, allowing them to improve greatly. Gu Ling had already made up his mind. He would no longer search for a physical body. Instead, he would wholeheartedly cultivate this soul. In the future, he would ask his master to teach him a method to refine the myriad bones heavenly Tao into his own body. Because of this, the degree of condensation of his soul increased by another level. At this moment, it had already arrived at a realm that was equivalent to the peak of the adversity realm. Although Patriarch Sky Dragon did not have the luck that Gu Ling had obtained from Luo Fan, his talent was still astonishing. Moreover, He had already comprehended the mysteries of the world that Gu Ling could not, so his speed of improvement was not slow at all. He had also reached the peak of the crossing disaster stage. When they reached the peak of the crossing disaster stage, no matter if it was Gu Ling or Patriarch Skydragon, they had already passed the stage where they could improve quickly. The crossing disaster stage was only a stage that was separated from the reversion technique, like the origin sculpting soul technique created by Luo Fan. It referred to the stage before attaining the earthly immortal fruit of the way. This stage was rather mysterious. If one cultivated a suitable technique, then it would naturally cause a number of tribulations to be born in the world. If one survived this tribulation, then one would be able to comprehend the Grand Tao, attain the Tao fruit, attain the origin soul, or even seek the immortal body. If one couldn't survive this tribulation, then everything would be fleeting. Although Gu Ling had the art of soul validation and could trigger this tribulation at the right time, he would need to cultivate the art of soul validation to an extremely high level before he could trigger it. The technique created by Luo Fan was extremely mysterious. It contained the truth of the world and the supreme Grand Tao. If one wanted to cultivate this technique to an extremely profound stage, then it would naturally require a long period of time. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time. Thus, it was absolutely impossible for Gu Ling to break through in a short period of time. But Patriarch Skydragon was different. Even though he had comprehended the bottleneck of the independent immortal realm and the true immortal realm, and he could easily break through the crossing disaster stage in terms of cultivation, his body was still condensed from the outer realm. It was innately incompatible with the primordial world, so the Grand Tao of the unseen world would naturally not send down a tribulation to help him cultivate. He had to wait for his body to be tempered by boundless innate origin energy and be contaminated by the aura of the primordial world. Then, as he comprehended the Grand Tao of the primordial world, he would gradually fuse with the primordial world. In the end, he would no longer be any different from the living beings of the primordial world. At that time, he would be able to trigger the Grand Tao of the unseen world to send down a tribulation to help him cultivate. Obviously, that would require a long period of time. As a result, when Gu Ling and old ancestor Tian Long reached the peak of the crossing disaster realm, their cultivation bases could not be improved in a short period of time. Luo Fan's cultivation was so high that he could easily grasp the state of the two of them. He knew that there was no need to train the two of them anymore. So he smiled and said to Gu Ling, who was bathed in the golden light, "The last space-time door was not affected by you, so there's no need for the two of you to deal with it." Really? Gu Ling was slightly stunned when he heard that, and then he was overjoyed. Even though he had improved extremely quickly in this period of time, he was also exhausted and extremely fortunate. His mind was tense at almost every moment, and he could not relax for even a moment. Now that he heard that such days were about to end, he was naturally overjoyed and even felt a sense of disbelief. "Of course it's true." Luo Fan smiled and said, "I have a treasure on Buzhou Mountain. I want to personally deal with the last space-time door. You go find my treasure, and I will make arrangements when the time comes." "Yes, master. I just don't know where Buzhou Mountain is. What's so special about it? And where is your treasure?" Gu Ling's eyes lit up, just like how a child would want to leave their parents and live a free life. Even though Gu Ling respected Luo Fan a lot, he still wanted to live by himself without anyone to control him. Luo Fan shook his head, but he did not care. Mount Buzhou is 1.3 trillion miles away from the west-northwest of this place. This is the route of advance. I hope that you can arrive there within 1,500 years, Luo Fan said with a faint smile. Then, he raised his hand and pointed. A spiritual light that contained an infinite pattern rushed into the mud pellet between Gu Ling's eyebrows, and in the blink of an eye, it became his memory. 100,300 billion miles, 1,500 years. At this time, Gu Ling had already fallen into a daze. Chapter 312. The three life-saving abilities. Idiot refining the location where Luo Fan and the ancient spirit Heavenly Dragon Patriarch were at was the second spatial door that had appeared in the primordial world in the past 10,000 years. They were 329,729 kilometers away from the first spatial door. In comparison, they were 1.03 trillion kilometers south-southwest of Buzhou Mountain. Even with the great improvement of Gu Ling and the Sky Dragon Patriarch, it would still take them thousands of years to cross such a long distance. And this was on the basis that the two of them were constantly on the road. If they stopped along the way, they would occasionally have to deal with some unnecessary trouble, rest, and cultivate. This time would probably increase by more than 10 times. And obviously, in another few thousand years, it would be the time that Luo Fan had calculated. When the great calamity of the primordial world arrived, there would not be 10 times the time for the man and dragon to walk slowly. It was precisely because of this that Luo Fan had set such a seemingly unreasonable time limit. To Gu Ling and the Sky Dragon Patriarch, it was only at this moment that they truly felt the vastness of the primordial world. In the past, although the world they were in was also quite vast, with their ability at that time, even if it took them a year or two, they would definitely be able to walk back and forth from the two poles of the world. Even after they came to the primordial world in the past few decades, although they had moved within a range of trillions of kilometers and crossed a distance that was many times greater than 10 trillion kilometers, they were sitting on Luo Fan's auspicious cloud. Even if they traveled the furthest distance, it would only take them a few days to travel. Naturally, they did not feel much about the distance. At this moment, when they heard that they would have to walk for 1,500 years, which was a distance of 10 trillion kilometers, they truly felt the boundless vastness of the primordial world. Master, how can 1,500 years be enough for this one? 0.3 trillion kilometers? After a while, Gu Ling said anxiously, "You have to think of a way yourself. According to my calculations, if you can make some progress in the Soul Spirit Tao validation technique, you will definitely be able to reach Buzhou Mountain within 1,500 years. Don't disappoint me," Luo Fan said with a smile. Gu Ling was tongue-tied and did not know what to say. Although the Sky Dragon Patriarch did not dare to speak, he was eager to try. To him, being able to walk in such a vast world was something that he could not wish for. Compared to the great yellow dragon Emperor Heaven that he was already extremely familiar with, there was a new and unfamiliar place waiting for him to explore. This made his burning desire to seek Tao jump. Go. Although there are countless dangers in the primordial world, there are also countless treasures and opportunities there. Gu Ling and the Sky Dragon Emperor, and Emperor Tian and the Thousand Saints. Go. Although there are countless dangers in the great desolate land, there are also countless treasures and countless opportunities. If you pay attention to it wholeheartedly and don't slack off, you will definitely obtain great benefits, Luo Fan said lightly. His voice was calm and gentle, but it sounded as if it was right beside Gu Ling and old ancestor Sky Dragon's ears, drilling straight into their ears. Gu Ling and old ancestor Tian Long had a bitter look on their faces, while Gu Ling had an expectant look on his face. They slowly floated in the air, but in the blink of an eye, they had already landed on a mountain below. Although Luo Fan seemed to have only gently pushed him and the dragon down from the auspicious clouds, it seemed as if they were under the auspicious clouds when they landed on the ground. But obviously, that was not the case. When he sent them down the auspicious cloud, his mind moved slightly. He directly distorted the space of the untainted land and sent them to a mountain peak that contained a small stream of primordial chi thousands of miles away. There are 3 of my magic powers here. They contain the ability to save your lives 3 times. You can keep them well. When Luo Fan saw them land on the mountain peak, they were all at a loss. After all, he couldn't bear to see them like this. He raised his hand, and a spirit light containing several levels rushed out from his finger. It carried his will across a distance of millions of miles and went straight into the Niwen between Gu Ling's eyebrows, fusing with it. 3 mysterious and indescribable halos of light flashed behind Gu Ling's head, and a powerful aura was released within 100 feet of his body. However, it was enough to make Patriarch Sky Dragon, who was at the side, feel extremely pressured both physically and mentally. The voice that Luo Fan spoke also flashed in Guling's mind. Hearing this, Guling was both happy and worried. He knew that this trip would be very dangerous. He could only kneel in the direction of the spiritual light and kowtow 3 times. He said, "Thank you, Master. Guling will not disappoint, Master. I will not embarrass, Master." Luo Fan smiled and waved his hand. The auspicious cloud under his feet floated slowly, but actually quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. Guling knelt for a long time without any response. He sighed and stood up. He said to Old Ancestor Sky Dragon, "This is definitely not where the space-time portal is. Let me see where this place is and then decide what to do." Old Ancestor Sky Dragon nodded and said, "That's right. I will listen to Master's orders." Guling nodded and closed his eyes. He began to check the map that Luo Fan had sent to his mind. Not long after, he opened his eyes and said, "I already know where this place is. Mount Bujo is in the northwest and slightly to the west. There is a large river of black water about 100,000 li ahead. It is 8,000 li wide and emits a black fog that can obstruct flight. You have to wade through the water and refine a few treasures here in order to cross." Old Ancestor Sky Dragon did not say much and just nodded. To him, there was not much difference. To be able to see the mysterious scenery of the untainted land, to be able to fly and run freely, and to pursue the supreme great Tao was the greatest joy to him. Seeing Old Ancestor Sky Dragon like this, Guling knew that it would be a waste of time to discuss with him. He could only shake his head and look around. After sensing carefully, he found a cave halfway up the mountain. He turned into an escape light and landed outside the cave in the blink of an eye. In the cave, there were strands of chaotic chi coming out. It was where the small chaotic chi source was. Is this the chaotic chi? It really contains great power. According to the soul testimony method technique, if I use this chaotic chi to purify my power will increase by 100 times in the future. Now that I have time, I should try to absorb a strand of it. Guling thought to himself as he raised his hand and grabbed a strand of chaotic chi. Although he had already cultivated his cultivation realm and the energy in his body to the peak of the crossing disaster stage, because his understanding of the soul proving Tao technique was very shallow, he did not use this technique to convert his own energy. In addition, Luo Fan did not specially find a source of primal chaos origin energy to purify his energy. Therefore, even though he had such power, it was the first time he had seen primal chaos origin energy. It was also his first time using this chaotic chi to cultivate. Although Old Ancestor Sky Dragon was a step slower than Guling, he had already landed in front of the cave. After landing, Old Ancestor Sky Dragon instantly sensed the strands of chaotic chi in the void. He was shocked and almost could not stand steadily. He cried out, "What kind of chi is this?" It seems to be similar to the chi when the world was first formed, before the chaos yuan was broken, and before the clear and turbid yuan was separated. It seems to contain all the mysteries of chi. This is the chaotic chi. It is the unique chi of the untainted world. If we wait for a few 100 million years, I'm afraid there will not be a trace of such chi left in the world. After all, Guling had Luo Fan's inheritance. Although Luo Fan did not explain too much to him, the soul testimony method technique was all-encompassing. He naturally knew such common knowledge and was much luckier than Old Ancestor Sky Dragon. Old Ancestor Sky Dragon stared blankly at the void, as if he wanted to see the magical chi that contained the attribute of chaos and could be converted into all kinds of chi. Guling also knew that Old Ancestor Sky Dragon was shocked. He did not care about it and stepped into the cave first. This was where the source of chaotic chi was. Although it was extremely small, it was still extremely powerful for Guling, who had never come into contact with such chi. The deeper he went, the more Guling felt that his body was under greater and greater pressure. It was as if there was an extremely powerful corrosive force that wanted to transform his body and his soul into some strange and mysterious existence. Guling knew that this was the innate ability of the chaotic chi, so he was not surprised. With a thought, he had already activated the soul testimony method technique. The mysterious and unfathomable mantra flowed through his mind. The power in his body began to circulate in a path that seemed to contain all the mysteries of the world. With the circulation of the mantra and the circulation route, the powerful corrosive force instantly changed. However, it was no longer able to affect him in the slightest. Instead, it surged into his body in strands and gradually intertwined with his power, causing his power to undergo a slight change that was almost undetectable. Seeing this, Guling was overjoyed. He sped up. Not long after, he arrived at the depths of the cave, where the source of chaotic chi was. This source of chaotic chi was in the shape of a pool. It was 10 meters wide, and the mist was tumbling. The wisps of chaotic chi were evaporating from the pool, making it look like a sauna. When Guling arrived, he felt that the chaotic chi that surged into his body was increasing. He was very satisfied. It was a pity that his soul had not been tempered by the chaotic chi, so his tolerance for the chaotic chi was rather limited. After getting within 10 meters of the source of chaotic chi, he could not get any closer. He felt that if he got any closer, the chaotic chi that surged in from the surroundings would destroy his body, causing him to lose control of the power in his body. After testing it out, Guling could only sit down 10 meters away and calmly cultivate the soul testimony method technique. He tried his best to absorb the chaotic chi into his body and promote the transformation of his power. The soul testimony method technique was extremely profound. It contained the mysteries of the supreme great Tao. It was clearly not easy to cultivate it and completely transform this power. At this moment, old ancestor Sky Dragon had already stepped into the valley. However, he did not have a mysterious method like the soul testimony method technique, so he could only stop 100 meters away. If he took another step, his body would be corroded by the chaotic chi and lose his ability to control himself. In the end, he might even turn into a stone statue. Old ancestor Sky Dragon stood there and tried his best for a long time. He realized that he could not take another step forward. He could only look at Guling with an envious gaze. At the same time, he sighed in his mind, "It's so good to have a master." After sighing, he could only sit down cross-legged and use his own method to try and absorb the chaotic chi. He hoped that he could borrow the mysterious power of the chaotic chi to change the nature of his body and increase the purity of his power. This method also unintentionally coincided with the Tao of heaven and earth. Unknowingly, the foreign attribute of his body was removed, and he gradually merged with the great wasteland world. If his body was completely compatible with the chaotic chi and the nature of his power was completely transformed, his body would naturally be accepted by the heavenly Tao of the great wasteland world. Naturally, heavenly tribulation would descend and help him achieve the Tao. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. On this day, Guling opened his eyes helplessly. He sighed and stood up. Through these 10 days of cultivation, the amount of chaotic chi he absorbed was extremely small. It was only equivalent to less than 100,000th of the power in his body. However, this little bit of chaotic yuan chi was already the limit of what his body could endure. At this time, his body was full. He felt that if he absorbed a little bit of chaotic chi, his body would explode like a balloon. No matter how he activated the soul spirit proving the way mantra, he could not absorb the chaotic chi that could be controlled outside into his body. He could not integrate it into his body and into his power. Although the soul spirit proving the way mantra was mysterious and profound, it was also affected by Guling's aptitude. Although this soul spirit body was mysterious and incredible, it was created by Luo Fan. It was not born, and there was an essential difference between it and the innate body of the innate God. If it was not for the infinite mysteries of Guling's divine soul and spiritual consciousness, Guling would not be able to compare with the innate God unless he cultivated the antecedental technique. However, even with the support of this mysterious consciousness, The difference in their aptitude still made Guling unable to absorb the chaotic chi without any worries. Guling stood up and walked forward against the chaotic chi. He directly passed through the thick barrier of chaotic chi and arrived at the edge of the pond. His body could no longer absorb the chaotic chi, so the external chaotic chi naturally could no longer enter his body. As a result, the surrounding chaotic chi could no longer affect him. He also did not need to worry about the chaotic chi causing harm to his body. When he arrived at the edge of the chaotic chi, Guling's eyes flashed. There were two profound and complicated three-dimensional talismans that seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth flashing in his eyes. Then, he rushed forward and directly into the chaotic chi pond in front of him. As the two three-dimensional talismans entered the pond, the surging chaotic chi in the pond suddenly changed. It was like a swimming pool that had its plug pulled out. Suddenly, an increasingly obvious and large whirlpool appeared. As the turbid waves surged, the chaotic energy emitted from the pond gradually disappeared. The disappearance of the chaotic chi woke up old ancestor Tian Long, who was doing his best to absorb the chaotic chi 1,000 feet away. In the past 10 days, the chaotic chi that old ancestor Tian Long had absorbed was tens of thousands of times less than what Guling had absorbed. At this moment, there were only traces of chaotic chi that were almost imperceptible. It was like a wisp of chaotic chi that was shuttling through his meridians. It was a world of difference from Guling's power, which had its nature slightly changed. This was the difference between having a cultivation method and not having a cultivation method. Old ancestor Tian Long opened his eyes and saw Guling standing 1,000 feet away with his hands behind his back. His eyes shone with a hint of chaotic chi as he rushed into the chaotic chi pond in front of him. As the two spiritual lights rushed in, the chaotic chi pond seemed to be stirred by a huge wooden stick and began to churn violently. A huge whirlpool was formed. At the same time, a powerful suction force was produced, causing a breeze to flow into the whirlpool from all directions. The lack of chaotic chi in the surroundings was due to this suction force. It's so good to have a master. Old ancestor Tian Long didn't know how many times he had sighed. At this moment, the chaotic chi that filled the cave had completely disappeared, but he still didn't dare to go up to the side of the chaotic chi pond to observe the changes in the chaotic chi. It had to be known that the chaotic origin energy pond contained an enormous amount of chaotic origin energy. Even a slight splash would be enough to heavily injure old ancestor Tian Long. He would not be able to withstand the impact of the chaotic origin energy, and all his years of cultivation would be for naught. Even though he wholeheartedly pursued the Tao and was willing to abandon his supreme status and practically boundless power for the sake of advancing a step further, it didn't mean that he was rash. He naturally wouldn't take such an unnecessary risk. Not only that, he also quietly retreated out of the cave and waited outside for Guling to refine his treasure. He was worried that Guling wouldn't be able to control it and the whirlpool would explode. At that time, endless chaotic chi would surge out. If he was still inside, he wouldn't even have a place to run. At this moment, Guling didn't know what old ancestor Tian Long was thinking. At this moment, he was relying on a method of artifact refinement in the soul embodiment Tao technique. He was going to absorb the chaotic energy in the pond before him, condense it, and refine it into an artifact that could allow him to easily cross the 8,000-li Black River. The two three-dimensional talismans contained countless refinement methods. It was a foolproof refinement method. It was specially created by Luo Fan for disciples like Guling, who didn't have much understanding of the Tao of artifact refining, but needed to use the Tao of artifact refining. After the two three-dimensional talismans condensed, they could automatically absorb origin chi, absorb materials, refine materials, construct formations, construct talismans, and condense restrictions. As long as a sliver of thought was attached to it, the talismans would occasionally choose the required form and function, and the two three-dimensional talismans would naturally refine the magic treasure. Chapter 3:13. 9-story fortress ship, endless extinction after 3 days, an endless amount of light shot out from the chaotic energy pond in the cave. This light was endless, and it covered the entire cave, making it so that no one could see anything. Even if they opened their eyes, it would be as if they were blind. Guling didn't care about this phenomenon at all. Instead, a look of joy appeared on her face. The 2 rays of light that shot out of her eyes suddenly withdrew. She raised her hand, and the endless, blinding rays of light instantly disappeared. Then, an item shot out from the pool of chaotic yuan qi that had already mostly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it landed in his hand. It was an artifact that looked like a 9-story fortress ship. It was only 3 inches long and looked as if it was carved from a large walnut. However, it was beautiful and incomparably light. After the small fortress ship landed in Guling's hand, the smile on Guling's face became even wider. The artifact refinement method that Master taught me is truly profound. I didn't think that with just a few thoughts and a bit of control, I would be able to refine such a wondrous artifact that can fly in the sky and travel through the earth, as well as traverse mountains and seas. Such thoughts flashed through Guling's mind. It's a pity that although this magic tool has great power and a boundless future, it only has one restriction. If I want to truly display its potential and raise its power to its peak, I will need to spend a large amount of time to refine it. If I can complete the refinement of all 36 restrictions, how great would that be? Guling thought to himself with a greedy mind. Although Luo Fan's refining method was mysterious, easy to operate, and did not consume any energy, it also had a weakness, and that was that the magic tools refined using this method would at most have 1 layer of restriction. Even if the restriction was simple and the materials used were precious, it was still the same. If he wanted to improve the might of this magic treasure, increase its restrictions, or even make a magic treasure, then he would need to expend an extremely huge amount of time, energy, and strength to refine it, and there was no shortcut that could be taken. After sighing with dissatisfaction, Guling put the walnut-sized fortress ship into his body. He didn't look at the chaotic origin Qi pond anymore and turned to leave the cave. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he saw old ancestor Tianlong looking at him expectantly. Knowing what old ancestor Tianlong was feeling, Guling felt a little proud and couldn't help but smile. I used the method that Master taught me to refine an artifact. Although it only has 1 restriction, it's enough for me to use. Old ancestor Tianlong couldn't help but look forward to it even more. I hope Master can let me see it. Guling chuckled as she raised her hand and pointed. The walnut-sized 9-story ship suddenly moved and shot out her hand. It grew in the blink of an eye to a length of 1,000 feet and a height of 100 feet. This 9-storied ship was an extremely rare means of transportation that Guling had found from the wills of the billions of worlds in the universe. The entire ship was richly ornamented, and its design was extremely exquisite while its structure was extremely intricate. As it stood towering in space, it naturally emanated a steady and unfettered aura that was immovable like a mountain. It was like a vessel that could break through all mist and traverse space at will. Looking at this magic weapon, old ancestor Sky Dragon fell into a state of shock. Seeing old ancestor Tianlong's expression, Guling felt quite proud and said, "How is it? This ship is designed by me with the help of the heaven's ship of the 7 orifices and 100 possibilities. It can fly in the sky, travel through the earth, cross mountains and seas, stretch the void, expand the space, and protect the body. Although the space of the untainted world is stable and this ship can expand the void inside it, it is still extraordinary. To actually use such a mysterious chaotic chi to compress and convert it into such an ordinary material. What a waste, what a waste." Old ancestor Sky Dragon murmured, but Guling's subsequent praise was stuck in his throat, making him feel rather depressed. Although this ship was directly constructed with the help of primal chaos yuan qi, the nature of the primal chaos yuan qi had been changed by Luo Fan's artifact forging technique. It had changed from a gaseous state to a solid state, and it had been changed by that divine ability into all kinds of wonderful materials such as steel wood, heavenly crystal, and strange stones. Although these materials were also quite strange and had their own magical uses and all kinds of characteristics that the chaotic chi did not have in the eyes of old ancestor Sky Dragon, who was in terms of power, their value was not even 1% of a strand of chaotic chi. You? Forget it. Follow me onto the boat. We have already wasted 13 days. If we do not move now, I'm afraid that we will not be able to rush to Mount Bujo within 1,500 years to see Master's avatar. Guling was rather displeased as she said. With that, he ignored old ancestor Sky Dragon and took a step forward. He had already stepped onto the highest floor of the ship, where the control room was. Old ancestor Sky Dragon shook his head and looked at the ship with a pained expression. He flapped his wings and stepped onto the ship as well. The highest floor of the 9th floor was the control room of the ship. It was not very big, but it was at least twice as big as it looked from the outside. Guling sat in front of the control panel of the ship. He sat cross-legged on the platform and let out his will to connect with the crystal-like core of the ship. In an instant, he felt like he had become the ship. His body became stronger and more stable, and he felt like a fish in water in this space. A thought flashed through his mind, and the ship suddenly shot forward. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed several hundred miles. Although this speed was far less than a millionth of Luo Fan's magic cloud, it was still more than twice as fast as Guling's own flying speed. Good. This is only one restriction. If I can refine all 36 restrictions to perfection, wouldn't my speed increase by 10,000 times in the future? At that time, reaching Bujo Mountain within 1,500 years wouldn't be a dream. Guling felt this speed slightly and was overjoyed. After a while, Guling's family arrived at the Black River on the 9-story ship. Although the Black River was only 8,000 miles long, it stretched for a long time. It was like a scar that split the earth apart. It extended from an unknown distance and flowed downstream for an unknown distance. Black mist rose from it. Even though the black mist became thinner the higher one went, it still existed even at 90,000 kilometers in the sky, affecting all living beings. If it was a living being that had not achieved Tao, it would not be able to form a body of its own. It would be greatly affected by the external environment, and it would not be able to fly in the black fog. The only way to cross the river was to use a ship that contained a mysterious power, or to use one's own body to wade through the water. Furthermore, the black water contained some sort of extreme and extreme cold energy. It wasn't something that an ordinary living being could endure. For living beings like Guling and the Sky Dragon Patriarch, no matter how powerful they would be affected by the black water and damage their foundations. It was precisely because of this description in Luo Fan's map that Guling knew the peculiarity of this black water and did not dare to casually wade through it. Arriving at the Blackwater River, Guling's mind moved slightly, and the scene of the outside world appeared in the void in front of him, down to the finest detail. Seeing this, old ancestor Tian Long couldn't help but exclaim. In front of him was a boundless black river that was as wide as the ocean. It flowed from an unknown distance upstream to an unknown distance downstream. The river was turbulent, and the turbid waves were monstrous. Black smoke rose, as if the entire river was boiling. There was not a single trace of foreign matter on the entire river. Even if there was dust floating on it, it would instantly fall and sink to the bottom of the river after being swept away by the rapid flow of the river. Seeing such a dangerous river, old ancestor Tian Long felt that it was troublesome and exciting at the same time. Guling moved his mind, and the 9-story ship suddenly fell into the black river below. Although the 9-storied ship could fly on the Blackwater River, the energy consumption was thousands of times greater than that of other places, and it was far less economical and practical than walking on the surface of the river. The refinement method of the 9-story fortress ship was quite mysterious, and it even used chaotic yuan qi as its main material. After it was formed, it had an indescribable protective power. It couldn't be said that it was invulnerable, but it was enough to defend against the and cold energy emitted by the Blackwater River. The power of the Black River was quite mysterious, and the nine-story ship could defend against it at any time. However, there's also a chill that penetrated the defense and invaded the core of the ship, causing the space that was 2 times larger than the outside world to become much cooler. I still need this ship. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will take several months to cross this river. Guling was quite satisfied. The ship traveled very steadily in the turbulent Black River. Although its speed couldn't be compared to flying, it was still quite fast. In less than half a day, the 9-story ship had reached the center of the Black River. There was no danger along the way, which almost made Guling slack off. Just as Guling arrived at the center of the river, a powerful force suddenly shot up from the bottom of the river and headed straight for the 9-storied ship. Suddenly, there was a flash of green light on the 9-story ship, and it resisted the powerful force. At this moment, Guling's consciousness was fused with the 9-storied ship. With a thought, he discovered what kind of force was blasting towards him from the bottom of the ship. It was a huge, strange fish that was tens of thousands of meters long, and its eyes flashed with red light. The strange fish had a huge mouth and fangs, and its whole body was covered with black bone spurs. Its whole body was engraved with mysterious talisman patterns that seemed to contain some kind of the laws of heaven and earth. It was extremely ugly and sinister. When the strange fish saw that its charge was unable to shatter the tiny foreign object above it, a trace of doubt flashed across its glowing red eyes. Then, with a shake of his body, a bone spur shot out from his back like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed a distance of several thousand feet and was heading straight for the 9-storied ship. Guling used the body of the ship to sense the flow of the water. He instantly knew that the power contained in the bone spike was secondary and couldn't break through the ship's defenses. However, the extreme and cold energy contained within the bone spike was incomparably powerful. It wasn't something that he could resist. With a thought, the 9-story ship shone brightly, and then it suddenly turned around and rushed out of the water, floating hundreds of kilometers in the air. The bone spike pierced through thin air and soared into the sky. It made a circle in the air for dozens of kilometers before rushing back and returning to the back of the strange fish. It was as if it had never been shot out in the first place. This is the Annihilation Sky Fish. It's a creature from the endless Annihilation Sky. How could there be such a fish in the untainted land? Old Ancestor Sky Dragon cried out in surprise. Annihilation Sky Fish. This is the Annihilation Heavenly Fish. Hearing Old Ancestor Sky Dragon's words, Guling couldn't help but be astonished and repeated a few times. Yes, this is the legendary Annihilation Sky Fish. It lives in the endless poison sea and only knows destruction, not creation. It is the most dangerous existence among the Annihilation Sky Fish. I heard of the existence of this kind of fish from a traveler in the heavens. It is said that as long as one Annihilation Sky Fish appears in any world, that world will gradually turn into the endless Annihilation Sky, which is irresistible and irreversible. However, why is there only one Annihilation Sky Fish? According to its reproduction speed, it only needs 1 year to produce billions of offspring. Old Ancestor Sky Dragon said, a traveler in the heavens was a kind of life form that cultivated a special cultivation method or was born with a strange power. They could travel between the billions of worlds in the heavens at will. This kind of life form was knowledgeable because they traveled through the heavens. Under normal circumstances, they knew about the billions of worlds in the heavens. The so-called Forbidden World ranking was made by these travelers. Guling had also heard of these travelers and knew that Old Ancestor Sky Dragon was not lying. Although these travelers are unable to step into the untainted land, and there are very few of them, they are experienced and knowledgeable. What they said should not be false. However, why would such a strange thing happen? This is really puzzling. Guling said doubtfully. Ugh! The Annihilation Sky Shark suddenly roared and opened its mouth. A stream of water that was darker, thicker, and heavier than the other black water sprayed out from its mouth. In an instant, it crossed the distance of 100 miles and rushed directly to the bottom of the 9-story fortress ship. Looking at the speed of the water, it was even faster than the 9-story fortress ship. In the blink of an eye, it had already hit the ship. A loud rumble resounded. Gu Ling, an old ancestor sky dragon, felt the entire void tremble. The void of the core control room was slightly chaotic. The entire void expanded and shrunk, almost causing Gu Ling, an old ancestor sky dragon, to vomit blood. After all, this 9-story fortress ship was only a magic item with a layer of restrictions. Although it had endless uses and its power would be limitless if it was refined in the future, due to the restrictions, it could not display much of its power. When it was hit by the black water that contained endless evil thoughts, it actually felt like it could not bear it. How dare you destroy my magic item? Gu Ling's thoughts fused with the 9-story fortress ship. When the 9-story fortress ship was hit, he felt his mind tremble violently. There was even a slight pain flowing through his mind. He knew that this was a sign that the magic item was slightly damaged. He could not help but be furious. With a thought, the great Tao of myriad bones floated from the top of his head. Then, it rushed out of the 9-story fortress ship and floated in the void, emitting a dazzling light and showing endless power. Ugh! The Annihilation Sky Shark did not know what was going on. It roared again and spat out 2 streams of black water. This time, it passed through 2 of the toughest and most powerful bone spikes on its head and blasted towards the fortress ship and the great Tao of myriad bones. "You're courting death," Gu Ling roared angrily. With a thought, the dazzling light released by the great Tao of myriad bones suddenly shrank and condensed, turning into 2 huge hands that were thousands of feet wide. With a grab, it caught the 2 streams of black water. With a slight force, it crushed the black water and grabbed the bone spikes within. Gu Ling's mastery of the myriad bones' heavenly Tao had already reached the acme of perfection after breaking through the 8 space-time doors in a row, reaching the acme of perfection. With such condensed form, it was normal for him to use the great Tao of myriad bones, and it did not seem the slightest bit strenuous. For some reason, the monstrous fish appeared to be a little foolish and brutal, but it wasn't completely stupid. When it saw how easily the myriad bones' heavenly Tao had destroyed its attack, it knew that it wasn't a match for the creature above it, even though it still had countless attacks it could use. It turned around and swung its tail. It didn't even bother to use the bone spikes it had shot out, and its body charged straight down. In just a short while, it had already charged over 500 kilometers deep into the river. "Want to run? How can I let you off so easily for harming my magic tool?" With the help of the great Tao of myriad bones, Gu Ling saw the scene below clearly and shouted. With a thought, the great Tao of myriad bones withdrew the light along with the 2 bone spikes, then suddenly sank. In the blink of an eye, it had already crossed thousands of miles and arrived at the depths of the Black River. It caught up to the Annihilation Sky Shark that was fleeing in panic like a stray dog. Seeing that the great Tao of myriad bones had caught up to it, the Annihilation Sky Shark finally knew that it could not escape. With a roar, it turned around and spat out a round fusion pill, which blasted towards the great Tao of myriad bones like a cannonball. This round fusion pill contained boundless power. After spitting out this pill, the Annihilation Sky Shark's color became a little dim. It was obvious that it had consumed too much energy. However, even so, the Annihilation Sky Shark still did not give up. It turned around again and twisted its body again, sinking another 1,000 miles. Gu Ling and the great Tao of myriad bones fused together. When this pill was spat out, with the help of his decades of battle intuition, he knew that if this pill exploded, the power would probably be quite great. He hurriedly controlled the great Tao of myriad bones to emit a ray of light that enveloped this pill. Then, he drew the pill back into the great Tao of myriad bones. In an instant, his power changed, transforming it into pure and condensed power, allowing the great Tao of myriad bones to advance a little. Chapter 314. Endless Destruction. 10,000 Bones benefit. Gu Ling controlled the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way to follow the Annihilation Sky Shark at a steady pace. However, The Annihilation Sky Shark's consciousness seemed to be incomplete, and it seemed to be inflexible. It just ignored everything else and quickly dove into the depths of the river that even Gu Ling couldn't see through. Whenever the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way that Gu Ling controlled got close to it and was about to stop it, the Annihilation Sky Shark would suddenly turn around and spit out a round fusion pill towards the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way. Gu Ling didn't hold back either. Every time a round fusion pill that contained a rather strong power came, he would control the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way and directly swallow these pills. Before the round fusion pill exploded, he would completely refine its power and absorb it into the power system of the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way, increasing the power of the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way. In just a short while, the Annihilation Sky Shark had already sunk for tens of thousands of miles. Under Gu Ling's control, the number of round fusion pills that it spat out reached as many as 18. The combined power of these 18 pills was no less than all the power that Gu Ling currently possessed. When the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way approached the Annihilation Sky Shark for the 19th time, the strange fish only sped up. It didn't turn around and spit out the round fusion pill. Just as Gu Ling sighed inwardly, thinking that the strange fish had finally learned its lesson, old Ancestor Sky Dragon said, "It's a pity that all of the Annihilation Sky Shark's cultivation has already been spat out, and there's no way to take advantage of it." When Gu Ling chased after the Annihilation Sky Shark, there was a huge screen in the control room of the 9-story ship, displaying the process of the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way chasing after the Annihilation Sky Shark. Because of this, what old Ancestor Sky Dragon saw and what Gu Ling saw were not much different. When Gu Ling heard old Ancestor Sky Dragon's words, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After carefully observing, he couldn't help but laugh. However, after carefully observing, he finally discovered that the aura that the Annihilation Sky Shark gave off was already rather weak. At this moment, the aura emitted by the Annihilation Sky Shark's entire body was already rather weak, and the color of its body had long since become extremely dim. It looked like a piece of rag that had been dyed black with ink and then ground hundreds of times. Looking at its speed again, it was many times slower than its unbelievable speed at the beginning. It was only because of Gu Ling's control that the myriad bones, Heavenly Way, did not catch up to it immediately. With all these appearances, even the most ignorant person would know that the Annihilation Sky Shark had already used up all of its strength, and it didn't even have much of its ability to fly or sneak. What a pity. It seems that although this round fusion pill is not a demon's inner core that has merged with its mind and soul, it is still something that is difficult to condense. This Annihilation Sky Shark must have been in the great wasteland for a long time. It has lived in the endless Annihilation Sky for an unknown period of time, but has only condensed 18 of them. How good would it be if it could obtain a few more? Gu Ling sighed. With a thought, he was about to activate the myriad bones Heavenly Way to destroy the Annihilation Sky Shark and devour its last bit of profound chi. Suddenly, an intense brown splendor flashed. In an instant, there was a mysterious belt of light that seemed to be real, yet also illusory, and seemed to exist or not exist rushing out from below. It instantly arrived behind the Annihilation Sky Shark, circled around it, and then shrank again, disappeared without a trace. After the Annihilation Sky Shark obtained the belt of light, it was as if time had suddenly flowed backwards. In the blink of an eye, all the abnormalities on its body had completely disappeared. The aura on its body had also returned to its peak state in the blink of an eye, and the color on its body had also returned to its original color. What is that? Gu Ling could not help but be shocked, and could not help but cry out. This is the Annihilation Sky Belt. It is a type of life in the endless Annihilation Sky that can eliminate the abnormal state of all living beings. Usually, when used together with the most powerful Annihilation creatures, it is invisible and intangible. Although it does not have too much power, it is difficult to detect and difficult to detect. Old Ancestor Sky Dragon's expression finally changed as he cried out in alarm. Annihilation Sky Belt. Let me see what exactly it is. Gu Ling said with a frown. As he spoke, he could not be bothered to care whether the Annihilation Sky Shark would spit out more pills. The way of Heaven's bones turned slightly, and endless light was released from within. In an instant, it condensed into a palm the size of 100,000 jawn. It suddenly pounced down, and with a grab, it directly caught the Annihilation Sky Shark, which had obtained the so-called Annihilation Sky Belt, and was in a good state, and was about to turn around and rush back to the way of Heaven's bones. The Annihilation Sky Shark was enveloped by the light hand, and was instantly fixed at a position thousands of li below the river. No matter how it struggled, and even spat out the 18 round fusion pills in a row, it could not detonate, nor could it break through the envelopment of the light. With a thought from Gu Ling, the huge light hand shrunk slightly, and had already grabbed the Annihilation Sky Shark and pulled it into the way of Heaven's bones. In the blink of an eye, it was refined by the way of Heaven's bones into a stream of essence, and was integrated into the power system of the way of Heaven's bones, slightly increasing the power of the way of Heaven's bones. The myriad bones of Heaven's Tao was a magic tool refined by Luo Fan, so it was naturally completely different from the 9-storied fortress ship refined by the Fool's refining method. Its might was so formidable that it was comparable to a magic artifact with 36 restrictions. Moreover, because it contained profundities when it was first designed, it could ceaselessly transform as it ceaselessly devoured everything that contained essence, energy, and profundities, and its might would ceaselessly increase. In the end, it was even to the extent that it might surpass the limits of a magic artifact and become a magic treasure. At this time, after 36 years, the Way of Heaven's Bones had devoured 11 space portals in succession. Although it could not surpass the limits of an artifact because it was not refined for long enough, its power had already been raised to an unbelievable level, and it was not inferior to the power of an ordinary artifact at all. Although the Annihilation Sky Shark was quite powerful, and the nature of its power was extremely mysterious, no matter what, its essence was only equivalent to the peak of the Crossing Disaster Realm. It was only a living creature, so how could it resist the Way of Heaven's Bones? After refining the Annihilation Sky Shark, with a thought, the Way of Heaven's Bones suddenly spun and emitted billions of scattered lights. The billions of scattered lights covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the position thousands of li below the river was like a sun that emitted immeasurable brilliance, and it was as bright as day. The bottom of the river was even more clearly visible, completely displayed in the mind of Gu Ling, whose mind had merged with the Way of Heaven's Bones. Seeing the scene at the bottom of the river, Gu Ling could not help but gasp. Behind him, old ancestor Sky Dragon directly exclaimed, "How can this be? How can there be so many Annihilation Sky creatures here? How is this possible?" The reason why the man and the dragon lost their composure was very simple. It was because of the scene at the bottom of the river. There were tens of thousands, or even billions of oddities of all shapes and sizes at the bottom of the river. They were of different strengths, but the nature of the energy they contained was similar to that of the Annihilation Sky Shark. Obviously, they were all Annihilation Sky creatures from the endless Annihilation Sky. These Annihilation Sky creatures were all marine species, and they looked all kinds of strange, ugly, and ferocious fish, prawns, and crabs like stars in the sky were arranged under the river. Among them, there were tens of thousands of Annihilation Sky Sharks, and the Annihilation Sky Whale, which was even more dangerous and powerful than the Annihilation Sky Shark, actually existed. Before the billions of rays of light emitted by the Way of Heaven's Bones appeared, the countless Annihilation Sky creatures were obviously in a deep sleep or in a similar state. But when the billions of rays of light appeared, it was as if billions of tons of boulders were suddenly thrown into the calm river, causing an earth-shaking change. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes suddenly lit up, flashing with greed, anger, and hatred as they looked at the source of the light. Could it be that there's also a space-time portal here? This was the first thought that flashed through Gu Ling's mind. For the past 36 years, Gu Ling had been dealing with the various space-time portals that suddenly appeared in the untainted land, so he had long developed the habit of thinking about this possibility in advance. No, it can't be like this. Master has already said that there are 12 space-time portals in the untainted land that connect to the outer world. I have already seen 11 of them, and Master is now dealing with the 12th one. There can't be a space-time portal here. Gu Ling suddenly thought. This black river must be connected to the 12th space-time portal, and it is very likely that the 12th space-time portal leads to the endless annihilation sky. At this moment, Ancestor Sky Dragon finally came to his senses and said. Ancestor Sky Dragon's words instantly lifted the barrier that had been covering Gu Ling's eyes, and Gu Ling suddenly understood. I see. It seems that Master doesn't want to let us have it too easy. Gu Ling sighed. Ha! I see. That's great. Ancestor Sky Dragon was quite excited and laughed. At this moment, the countless extinct creatures below were like sharks that smelled blood, and they crazily rushed toward the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way. There were many kinds of extinct creatures, and they all had their own fighting characteristics and innate advantages. Some were extremely fast, some turned into lightning, some merged into water, some turned into black fog, some became as huge as mountains, and some became as small as spider webs. There were all kinds of strange creatures, but they were all extremely dangerous. It was a pity that there was not much order to it, as if it was missing a certain factor. It could not perfectly combine the power and magic of the extinct creatures. At this moment, the attacks that were rushing toward it seemed powerful, but they were rather scattered. For the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way, it was an attack that could be easily blocked. Gu Ling believed that he had already understood what Luo Fan was thinking. With a thought, the billions of light rays released by the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way were completely restrained, and the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way that was like an ordinary stone ball appeared. When the rays of light retracted, more than half of the countless creatures that were charging towards the Heaven's Tao of 10,000 bones froze for an instant, as if they'd suddenly hesitated. They didn't know whether they should continue charging up, and it was a rather strange sight. At this moment, the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way that had just turned into an ordinary stone ball shook and instantly shot out 129,600 rays of light. Each of these rays of light was several kilometers long and condensed to the point that they seemed solid. They looked like 129,600 tentacles, and they instantly shot out, shooting toward the extinct creatures below at an astonishing speed. In an instant, 129,600 of the more powerful extinct creatures, each of which was only slightly weaker than the Annihilation Heavenly Shark, were swept away. Among them, the Annihilation Heavenly Belt, which allowed the Annihilation Heavenly Shark to instantly recover its strength, which Ancestor Sky Dragon said was formless and intangible, was also among them. Like the other ordinary extinct creatures, they could not resist at all. The water rippled, and howls could be heard everywhere. Although the 129,600 extinct creatures were quite powerful, they could not resist the 129,600 tentacles at all. In an instant, they were swept up by the tentacles. Even if they resisted with all their might, it was obvious that they had exhausted all their strength, but they still could not break free from the seemingly fragile tentacles. The tentacles formed by the light quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the 129,600 extinct creatures were absorbed into the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way. With a turn, the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way had refined the 129,599 extinct creatures into their essence, fusing them into its power system, and transforming them into the power of the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way. The only thing left was that the Annihilation Heavenly Belt was suppressed in a mysterious place in the illusory space. To be able to instantly recover all the strength of a disaster passing stage being, even Gu Ling, who had the soul proving Tao technique, coveted this power, but she planned to study it after this. Although 129,600 was a rather large number, compared to the countless extinct creatures rushing over from below, it was almost a drop in the ocean. Even after losing this number, The entire group of extinct creatures did not change at all, as if they had not suffered any losses at all. Even the extinct creatures, which had been slightly stagnant because the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way had lost its brilliance, once again rushed toward the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way. The myriad bones of Heavenly Tao didn't relax at all. After collecting the extinct creatures once, it flashed again, and another 129,600 tentacle-like rays of light rushed out from within, sweeping up the same number of extinct creatures and collecting them. Similarly, they were converted into streams of vital essence and integrated into the myriad bones of Heavenly Tao as power system. This happened again and again, a total of 12 times. The countless extinct creatures that seemed to have only decreased in number engulfed the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way. Guling was already very familiar with this kind of group battle through the 10 battles outside the space-time door. In that instant, the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way trembled slightly, turning into an extremely light and fast shadow that shuttled through the endless extinct creatures. At the same time, the light continued to rush out from within, condensing into tentacles that swept up the extinct creatures one after another. Moreover, the speed was quite fast, not at all inferior to the previous 129,600 tentacles. It seems that these creatures have only their instincts left for some reason. What a pity. It's said that the most powerful thing about the endless annihilation heaven is the cooperation of various creatures. If these creatures were normal, they should be able to comprehend the origin of the art of war from their cooperation. What a pity. Patriarch Sky Dragon suddenly sighed from behind. Although Patriarch Sky Dragon had lost his cultivation and realm, he still had his foresight. Through the massacre of the countless extinct creatures and the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way, he had already seen through the actual situation of these extinct creatures. That's good. If these extinct creatures could come and go at a proper pace, and were compatible with the art of war, how could I have easily turned them into the power of the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way? Guling said with a smile, feeling rather relaxed. Although it's easy, I can't see the origin of the art of war, and the effect of the experience isn't too good. It's a fly in the ointment. Patriarch Sky Dragon sighed. Guling smiled faintly and did not reply. Guling was the consciousness of heaven and earth, the spirit of all creatures. On the other hand, Patriarch Sky Dragon was an ordinary dragon in the great yellow dragon emperor heaven who was the world's #1 expert. The human and the dragon had different origins, which determined that their views could not be the same. As for whether it was better to end the battle easily or with difficulty, they had debated many times. There was no need to discuss it now. As they spoke, the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way had already absorbed tens of millions of extinct creatures. After obtaining so many vitality essences of the extinct creatures, the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way finally underwent a mysterious transformation. The radiance that radiated from the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way had unknowingly doubled, reaching 259,200 rays. The illusory space that was already rather vast inside became even wider. Within the boundless ocean, there were tens of thousands of life forms that only existed in the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way. The ecosystem was becoming more complete. At the same time, the white bone door that stood in the middle of the illusory space seemed to be more mysterious. The mysterious light that shone on it was more mellow, and the mysterious aura that it exuded was also more mysterious. It was showing great benefits. When Guling sensed such a change, he was overjoyed. He knew that the power of the 10,000 bones, Heavenly Tao, had increased by a level, and his own strength would also increase by a level. His actions of collecting the exterminated creatures became faster, easier, and more free. In a short while, tens of millions of extinct creatures were transformed into vitality essences and absorbed by the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way. With such a large amount of vitality essences, the 10,000 bones of Heaven's Way's power seemed to have increased a little. Just as Guling was happily absorbing, thinking that he could easily absorb and refine these countless extinct creatures, an incomparably powerful force suddenly appeared out of thin air. directly blasting the 10,000 bones of heaven's way that was happily dodging and easily absorbing the extinct creatures. The 10,000 bones of heaven's way shuddered slightly, and its originally easy and profound dodging movements suddenly came to a halt. In an instant, it suffered hundreds of thousands of attacks of all kinds, all of them containing an aura of extinction. Gu Ling, whose mind had fused with the 10,000 bones of heaven's way, only felt his entire body being blasted by an incomparably powerful force. His originally extremely solid body that was like flesh and blood suddenly scattered, already crumbling into countless tiny existences that were like specks of dust. After a long while, he barely managed to reform himself. Chapter 315. Commander Octopus, the supreme heavenly king amidst the countless extinct creatures. There was a shadowy being that looked like an octopus floating in the depths of the sea. It was surrounded by countless extinct creatures like stars surrounding the moon. At this moment, its 8 tentacles were like 8 pillars that could hold up the sky, crushing the radiant tentacles that were sweeping towards it and even the extinct creatures around it. Its smooth, illusory body even collided with a great way of myriad bones. Clearly, the violent tremors that appeared out of nowhere were caused by the collision between the great way of myriad bones and the great way of myriad bones. I've never heard of this thing before. Could it be a legendary life form in the endless annihilation heaven? Old Ancestor Sky Dragon was so shocked that he couldn't control himself and couldn't help exclaiming, "Why is this thing so strange? It's not a physical body. It seems to be just a projection of its consciousness. I wonder what kind of powerful life form it is to be able to project such an incredible shadow and even break through the defense of the great way of myriad bones." Gu Ling said with a frown. The collision just now was powerful and even caused Gu Ling's soul body to collapse. However, Gu Ling's soul body was refined by Luo Fan, who had already attained the Tai Fruit of Wei. Moreover, it had been refined by him for 36 years and was already quite mysterious, so it wasn't so easily damaged. After being smashed apart, it quickly reassembled and had completely recovered. As it recovered, the great way of myriad bones also returned to its previous state. Even though his rhythm had been disrupted and he had suffered the impact of tens of thousands of extinguished lives, he was not affected at all. With a slight turn and another dodge, he had already avoided the countless extinguished lives that continued to pounce towards him. At the same time, it also dodged the octopus-like life form. At the same time, a mysterious beam of light shot out from the great way of myriad bones. This radiance was extremely profound, and it radiated thousands of rays of light. In an instant, it gathered the essence of the endless black water in the surroundings, turning it into dim and simple ropes that directly wrapped around the octopus-like figure of the extinct creature. Although the octopus-like shadow of the extinct creature was quite powerful, and its shadow-like body was even more tenacious and vigorous, easily crushing the radiant tentacles that swept towards it, it seemed to only have its instincts left, and its spiritual sense seemed to be very simple. However, he was not wary of the ropes formed by the essence of the black water. Instead, he stretched his body towards the ropes, as if he was facing something that could bring him countless benefits. As such, the rope condensed from the essence of the black water easily wrapped around the octopus-like life form. Even the expected battle and struggle did not appear. Seeing this, Gu Ling could not help but be overjoyed and said with a smile, "As I expected, although this thing is the projection of some powerful life form, for some reason, it only has instincts like other life forms. It really doesn't know how to adapt, and allows this rope to bind it." As he spoke, with a slight thought, the light released by the great way of myriad bones swayed, and with a turn, it had already wrapped around the essence of the black water and penetrated deep into the inside of the octopus-like figure. It quickly twisted and tangled within it. In the blink of an eye, a complex and profound three-dimensional talisman had formed at its core. As the three-dimensional talisman took shape, even though the figure only had instincts left, it finally realized that the situation was not right. As its body trembled, an incredibly powerful force was emitted from its body. Under the impact of this force, the extinct creatures that surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon within a radius of several dozen kilometers all seemed to be pressed down by a huge mountain. From their original complete state, they directly turned into fine dust, without the slightest ability to resist. The great way of myriad bones also shook slightly under the impact. Clearly, the impact was not small. The shaking spread to Gu Ling's body, and also made him feel a tremor in his spirit body, as if it had become a little blurry. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Gu Ling did his best to stabilize his spirit body, and a sense of relief flashed through his mind. Through this attack, he already understood. Although this thing was only a projection of some life form, it already had the cultivation of a peak itinerant immortal. With the current Gu Ling and old ancestor Sky Dragon, if this projection could really unleash its full power, even with the mysteries of the great way of myriad bones, they might not necessarily be able to escape with their lives. Fortunately, it was too late for this thing to unleash its power. Although a powerful force rushed out, after this force rushed out, the three-dimensional talisman inside this thing's body had already come into play. Suddenly, endless splendor radiated out. Following this splendor, this thing turned into some kind of mysterious ice from the inside out. Before long, it had turned into an ice sculpture, frozen in the depths of the river, not moving at all. With a thought, Gu Ling withdrew the great way of myriad bones, taking the ice sculpture into itself, and separating it from the heavenly belt of annihilation he had previously preserved. This was to guard against the heavenly belt of annihilation's mysterious recovery ability. After obtaining this rather powerful projection and the heavenly belt of annihilation, Gu Ling no longer had much desire for other extinct creatures. The great way of myriad bones shot out 259,200 rays of light, condensed into tentacles, and didn't stop at all. They quickly fished more and more of the extinct creatures into the illusory space inside the great way of myriad bones, constantly transforming them into strands of essence, fusing them into the energy system of the great way of myriad bones, and strengthening its power. Half a day passed just like this. The nearly endless number of extinct creatures below had all been fished up by the great way of myriad bones. After fishing up the last wave of 518,400 extinct creatures, Gu Ling heaved a sigh of relief and said to old ancestor Sky Dragon, "Fortunately, these extinct creatures only have their instincts left. If they had even the slightest bit of intelligence, I'm afraid I would only be able to collect half of them at most." It was precisely because these extinct creatures only had their instincts left that they weren't afraid. They wouldn't feel fear when too many of their kind were subdued, and they wouldn't flee. That was why the great way of myriad bones under Gu Ling's control was able to break them down one by one, preventing the other extinct creatures from escaping because it was too easy to collect them. That was why the nearly endless number of extinct creatures could be easily collected. After collecting all these creatures, the great way of myriad bones had once again made great progress. Although the power of the great way of myriad bones had only increased by one level due to the nature of the arcane artifact, it was still a huge improvement. It shortened Gu Ling's refinement process by at least tens of thousands of years and doubled the number of radiant tentacles it could produce, reaching 518,400. Gu Ling sighed. With a thought, the great way of myriad bones trembled slightly and turned into a ray of light that shot up. In the blink of an eye, the great way of myriad bones had already rushed out of the Black River and arrived above the 9-story ship. With a spin, it sank into the ship and fused with Gu Ling in the pilot's cabin. Master is really lucky to have such a good master. Old ancestor Sky Dragon could not help but sigh when he saw Gu Ling's actions. Gu Ling was quite intelligent and immediately understood old ancestor Sky Dragon's meaning. A look of understanding appeared on his face, and he smiled. "I naturally understand Master's arrangements, and I'm also grateful. How could there be such a coincidence in the world?" The man and the dragon just happened to arrive here, and they just happened to encounter the countless extinct creatures that had lost their consciousness and only had their instincts left. How could the great way of myriad bones make great progress by devouring and refining these extinct creatures? If this wasn't the arrangement of the Almighty Master, how could it be justified? After saying that, Guling willed the 9-story ship to land on the surface of the Black River again, and it continued to move unhurriedly towards the other side of the river. Then, he raised his hand and waved. The great way of myriad bones spun, and something was spat out from within. It was the octopus-shaped phantom. However, the silhouette was no longer as massive as it was before. Instead, it had been compressed by the mysteries of the myriad bones' heavenly way to around 3 meters tall. At this moment, it was like an ice statue that stood before him. I don't know what this is and why it's here. I'll study it carefully, and perhaps I can find the truth from its memories. Such a thought flashed through Guling's mind. After the thought flashed through his mind moved slightly. Under the mysterious power of the myriad bones of Heaven's way, his consciousness went straight into the core of the octopus-like, illusory object through some inexplicable connection. He instantly looked through the octopus-like, illusory object's memory. The octopus-shaped phantom was indeed only left with its origin. Although its power was unparalleled, and its origin was quite astonishing, and the number of memories was also quite large, it was still very chaotic. The moment the will rushed into the core of the octopus phantom, Guling felt as if he was a small boat that had rushed into the ocean. Endless and chaotic memories surged towards him, almost instantly annihilating and drowning him. Although Guling did not expect such a change, she was still mentally prepared. In that instant, she used the mysterious power of the great way of myriad bones to isolate the endless and extremely easy, and then slightly released it, allowing these memories to slowly flow through her mind instructs in a second. She used her mysterious spiritual sense as the consciousness of the world and the spirit of all living things to organize these incomparably chaotic memories. After a long while, Guling finally sorted out the endless memories, but she was greatly shocked in her heart. This thing is actually the projection of the endless annihilation Sky King. Guling cried out in alarm. Powerful Heavenly King, the legendary Heavenly King who alone occupied 10% of the entire endless annihilation sky. No wonder his projection was so powerful. I just don't know why his projection became like this. He actually lost his consciousness. Old Ancestor Sky Dragon sighed as well. This matter is simple. You'll know when you see it. Guling sighed and said. As he spoke, with a thought, the myriad bones heavenly Tao had already kept the ice sculpture-like Heavenly King into its illusory space, once again suppressing its original location. Following that, the myriad bones heavenly Tao turned slightly, and in the blink of an eye, it released countless rays of light, forming a shadow on one of the walls of the control room. At the same time, a voice that matched with the shadow was emitted from its body. As the light and shadow continued to change, old Ancestor Sky Dragon's expression continued to change. Even though Guling had already watched it once when she was organizing it, she could not maintain her calm expression when she looked at it again. To think that it would be like this. When the light and shadow came to an end, old Ancestor Sky Dragon couldn't help but sigh. Time turned back, returning to 13 days ago. After sending Guling and old Ancestor Sky Dragon thousands of miles away, Luo Fan smiled inexplicably. With a thought, the auspicious cloud beneath his feet trembled slightly. It seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually moving quickly towards the spatial door that was nearly 330 million miles away. Compared to the speed of the magic cloud, which seemed to surpass everything, the distance of nearly 330 million miles was nothing. In just a short while, Luo Fan had already ridden the cloud to an area that was filled with black fog. This location was the space-time portal that was located in the east-southeast direction of Buzhou Mountain, 1,356,720 kilometers away from Buzhou Mountain. It was also the first time that a space-time portal had appeared in the Great Wasteland world in the past 10,000 years. Luo Fan looked down and saw that the black fog had covered a radius of more than 5 million miles. Within the area that was filled with black fog, no sound, light, or aura could be emitted. It was as if the area within a radius of 5 million miles had been completely cut off from the Great Wasteland world, completely isolated from the Great Wasteland world. Within the black fog, there was a large river that was 8,000 miles wide and contained boundless, mysterious black water. It flowed into an unknown distance. The black river seemed to be lifeless, but Luo Fan could easily see that there were countless strange life forms of different sizes and strengths in the depths of the river. Moreover, these life forms of different strengths were like an army. The various combinations of life forms contained a rather exquisite mystery, as if it contained some kind of war principle. Luo Fan sighed. It really is the space-time portal of the endless annihilation sky. It has actually developed to this extent. If it is given another few thousand years to develop, it will probably become too big to be dealt with. With that thought, golden and silver light flashed in his eyes, covering the black fog that was 5 million miles wide. In the blink of an eye, the scene inside the black fog flashed in Luo Fan's mind, no matter how big or small. The world within a radius of 5 million miles in the black fog was completely different from the primordial world outside. Within this area, the primordial chi contained in the world was no longer the boundless connate primordial chi contained in the outside world, nor was it the mysterious, chaotic primordial chi. Instead, it was some kind of yuan chi of extermination that contained endless chi of extermination that had the ability to destroy everything. In terms of viciousness, it was even worse than the poison of the heavens. This primordial chi contained the origin of annihilation and the principle of war. If an ordinary person obtained a trace of this primordial chi, their personality would instantly change. No matter how gentle and kind they would become violent and evil. If a cultivator could obtain a certain amount of primordial chi, they would be able to comprehend the origin of annihilation and the principle of war from it. Their combat power would greatly improve. Under the endless primordial chi of annihilation, the originally varied terrain within a radius of 5 million miles had long been turned into a desert. In the center of the desert, there was a black pool with a radius of 10,000 miles. An increasingly large river extended out of the pool. At first, it was only 1,000 miles wide, but after leaving the area shrouded by the black fog, it had already become 8,000 miles wide. It was the source of the Black River. The pool contained the endless power of extreme and extreme cold, as well as the essence of water. These two existences combined together according to some mysterious and indescribable method, giving rise to an indescribable and profound change. It seemed to have an unparalleled attraction to the primordial chi of annihilation. Within the black pool, countless primordial chi of annihilation continuously surged out of the pool. They flowed downstream along the Black River towards various parts of the primordial world. Luo Fan's great sun golden eyes and bright moon silver eyes flashed slightly. He already understood that the endless primordial chi of annihilation came from the black pool. And this black pool was also the space-time door that connected the boundless heaven of annihilation to the primordial world. With a single thought, the auspicious cloud beneath Luo Fan's feet trembled. In a short while, he had already traversed millions of miles and arrived at a height of 10,000 feet above the pool. Although the boundless primordial chi of annihilation contained the unbelievable power to destroy everything and affect the nature of all living beings, to Luo Fan, who had attained the primordial unity Tao fruit, the primordial unity Tao fruit would naturally be transformed into pure energy when the primordial unity Tao fruit was 3 feet away from him, and then naturally absorbed by him as he breathed. And the auspicious cloud beneath his feet was directly condensed from the space of the primordial world. It was born with the ability to be invulnerable, so the primordial chi of annihilation was naturally unable to affect this primordial chi of annihilation. So it's because this pool is innately closely connected to the primordial world. That's why it can connect the two worlds and open up a space-time door. As Luo Fan got closer, he naturally saw more. In the blink of an eye, he already understood why this pool of water would become a space-time door that connected the primordial world and the primordial world. Such a thought flashed through his mind. At this moment, the primordial chi of annihilation in the surroundings began to roll slightly. Then, another incomparably huge octopus-like life form that was 50 kilometers tall, with a huge head and long tentacles, suddenly emerged from the pool of water below. This octopus-like life form gave off a ferocious aura, and the light of wisdom flashed in its eyes. Although it had such a strange appearance, it did not seem ugly. Instead, it made people feel that it was a supreme commander who controlled the supreme power of life and death and commanded billions of troops to conquer the world with a wave of his hand. Are you a life form from the immortal world? Looks like your divine ability is quite strong. My 10,000 years of waiting was not in vain. The octopus-like commander spoke out of nowhere, and a sentence that was organized into a strange language entered Luo Fan's ears. Chapter 3:16. Occupying the body. The military Tao, space, hearing the octopus-like creature that had suddenly appeared, suddenly say such confusing words. Even though Luo Fan was now the most knowledgeable person in the primordial world, he could not help but be slightly stunned. However, he was only stunned for a moment. After a while, with a thought, golden and silver light flashed in his eyes, and he instantly saw through the octopus-like creature below. The octopus-like creature seemed to have a physical body, and it had the aura of a peak itinerant immortal. Its body also seemed to be extremely solid, as if it was made of diamond and could not be broken. However, in reality, it was just a shadow and not its real body. Its real appearance was actually just a consciousness projection of a powerful life form from the outer realm. It's actually just a consciousness projection. Although it's quite weak, the ability to create such a projection is quite mysterious. It seems to be able to attach to a physical body and refine it into one's own incarnation, so that it could travel the world on one's behalf. In this case, it seems that you plan to find a life form from the primordial world to snatch a body and possess it. This idea is not bad, but can you do it with your strength? Luo Fan smiled slightly. In the blink of an eye, he already knew the creature's goal, and he smiled. The language he used was naturally the profound and complicated language created by Pangu. This kind of mysterious language was obviously not something that the octopus-like creature from the outer realm could understand. However, this Panga language was very mysterious, more mysterious than any language that Luo Fan had ever seen, but could directly and clearly express his thoughts. In addition, the octopus-like creature was also quite powerful, and it possessed all kinds of unbelievable power. It actually understood what Luo Fan wanted to express through the thoughts expressed in the language. After hearing Luo Fan's words clearly, the creature's suspected eyebrows furrowed slightly. Then, it smiled slightly and said in a rather magnanimous manner, as expected of a cultivator from the immortal world. You can actually tell that I'm a consciousness projection at a glance, and even more unbelievably deduce the goal of my trip. However, your mistake was too careless. My endless annihilation sky is not famous for the great power we possess, but for the attainments of our world's living beings in war. As long as there were many living beings, and they formed a military formation, they would be able to display power that was hundreds or even thousands of times greater than their own. You've already determined your fate by entering my domain of annihilation so casually. You'd better give up your body to me, so that I can rely on the body I was born with in the immortal world to avoid the backlash from the laws of the immortal world and travel freely in the immortal world. The octopus-like consciousness projection let out a soft cry, and its body suddenly floated into the air. It extended its 8 claws, and with a shake, it extended its claws to the furthest, which was also the limit of its coverage area. Its size instantly seemed to have increased by more than 10 times, and it almost covered the entire surface of the Blackwater pool. After that, a profound fluctuation spread out from the 8 claws. It was like an inescapable net that enveloped the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped an area of 2 million kilometers that was enveloped by the black mist. As these fluctuations enveloped the area, countless strange, mysterious lights suddenly burrowed out of the ground within a radius of 2 million kilometers. After burrowing out, the mysterious lights quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, they had condensed into billions of creatures of either terrestrial or oceanic extinction. These creatures that had just formed were all different. Some were large, some were small, some were beautiful, some were ugly, some were strong, some were weak, some were high, some were low. They were all strange and different. Normally, even if these chaotic creatures were lined up in one place, it would still seem awkward, strange, and chaotic. However, these creatures were different. After they were lined up according to some sort of profound arrangement, they appeared extremely mysterious. At a glance, one would feel as if the endless creatures of extinction had actually formed a profound whole. All of a sudden, these extinct creatures roared at the sky. These roars were all different, but when combined, they seemed to contain some kind of mysterious sound of the great Tao. Although it could not produce any phenomenon, because it was different from the great Tao contained in the primordial world, to Luo Fan, who had already attained the primordial unity Tao fruit, the sound of the great Tao contained some kind of ultimate truth of the Tao of war. Through these ultimate truths, some of the Tao of war in the Tao fruit's great Tao scripture was verified to a certain extent. In an instant, he felt that he had gained a lot. After the roars, the endless creatures floated up and flashed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had arranged themselves into a mysterious shape and rushed towards Luo Fan. As these creatures rushed over, a mysterious power appeared out of thin air and directly acted around Luo Fan, suppressing all the primordial chi around him. Luo Fan smiled slightly. He was in no hurry to break this formation. Although he had learned about the endless sky of annihilation from the memories of Gu Ling as the consciousness of the world and the spirit of all things, he also roughly knew its power. However, that was only a legend after all. The power he knew was only obtained from the remnant memories of the endless creatures. Through this method, he naturally could not truly comprehend the strongest mystery of the Tao of war in the endless sky of annihilation. Now that he could personally deal with it and test it, why not? Therefore, he only raised his hand and waved gently. A mysterious light containing the power of an itinerant immortal that had just stepped into the realm of an itinerant immortal was emitted from his hand and condensed into a black lotus in the void in front of him. After the black lotus was formed, it spun slightly and suddenly released endless green light. It directly enveloped Luo Fan's body and the magic cloud that was the size of an acre under his feet. This ray of light seemed weak and invisible, but it contained an incredible defensive ability. Under its wrapping, the oppressive force that was approaching Luo Fan was instantly blocked by the ray of light. It was as if it was pressed against the toughest and most difficult wall in the world. It was impossible to penetrate through the ray of light and injure Luo Fan, who was inside it. The octopus-shaped consciousness projection did something. In the blink of an eye, the formation of the billions of life of annihilation changed greatly. It began to spin around where Luo Fan was. The process of this change was very subtle and very natural. It revealed the principle of the evolution of the Tao of war, and it evolved the method of mobilizing a large group of people to the extreme. In practically less than an instant, the originally profound formation had changed into another form that contained boundless profundities. Under this form, boundless power rose from the heads of the billions of living beings. The nature of this power was special and extremely profound. In the blink of an eye, it formed an iron cloud that covered the heavens and the earth and completely enveloped an area of 500,000 kilometers. The cloud roiled in the sky and emitted sounds that seemed like boundless weapons colliding and the sounds of battle interweaved together. It was like a wave that seemed like the sky was collapsing, and it swarmed towards the magic cloud that Luo Fan was on from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the light that enveloped the magic cloud and Luo Fan. The light was only released by the black lotus that Luo Fan had casually released, although it also contained the wondrous fruit that he had comprehended after attaining the primordial unity Tao fruit. It only contained the power of the earth immortal Tao fruit and the power of the independent immortal realm. Compared to the combined power of the billions of life of annihilation, it was quite weak. Therefore, although the power of the Black Lotus was strong, it also had its limits. It couldn't completely defend against the combined power of the infinite life. At this moment, countless cracks appeared on the Black Lotus. The multicolored light shook slightly under the impact of the endless iron-colored clouds, as if it was showing signs of dissipating. Seeing this, Luo Fan smiled slightly, and his eyes revealed a look of understanding. Although he had already attained the primordial unity Tao fruit and was able to speak the law, he still felt that the grand Tao was deep. There was a long road ahead, but he still didn't dare to stop and explore the grand Tao. This iron cloud was a military formation that contained extremely profound profundities. This formation was extremely profound, but was able to combine the power of the billions of life of annihilation together in an indescribable way. It allowed their strengths to complement each other, promote each other, and support each other, forming an effect that was far greater than two. Not a single one of these billions of life of annihilation could attain the Tao, but when the power of these billions of life of annihilation was combined, it actually surpassed the realm of true immortals and reached the realm of golden immortals. Moreover, it even contained a strand of will that was unbelievably powerful. Even though it was inferior to a cultivator at the golden immortal realm in terms of quality, it wasn't inferior to an ordinary cultivator at the golden immortal realm in terms of quantity. It was precisely because of this that even though the strength of this Black Lotus was too weak, it still contained the fruit of the primordial unity Tao fruit, so it was unable to withstand the impact of this pressure. It's really profound. Luo Fan smiled slightly, but he didn't reform the Black Lotus, nor did he change his response. With a slight thought, the Black Lotus rotated slightly. The endless rays of light began to change as it rotated. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness changed into a huge lotus formed by the combination of rays of light. Except for the different color, it was a vivid, enlarged version of the Black Lotus. The huge lotus formed by the rays of light began to rotate along with the Black Lotus. As it rotated, there was an extremely profound power that arose spontaneously. The surrounding iron clouds that were constantly colliding with the rays of light began to be driven, and as the rays of light rotated, they gradually left their original trajectory. Although these iron clouds were condensed by the power of billions of life of annihilation with the help of some kind of military formation, it also contained infinite essence, but it didn't mean that it was weak. Although it was stirred by the rays of light, the power of these clouds didn't decrease, and there was not a trace of disorder. They still rapidly swarmed over, wanting to break the rays of light. Not long after, a huge spherical cloud was formed in the void. This cloud was extremely dense, and because the iron color was too dense, it had already turned into a dazzling silver light. Within this cloud was the magic cloud that contained the infinite mysteries of the great Tao, and it emitted some kind of sound of the great Tao, as well as Luo Fan who stood on the magic cloud. Luo Fan looked at the dark cloud that didn't lose its power under the stirring of the rays of light, and he nodded to himself. This was the right way, and only then did it have the right to exist for a bit longer. Although he didn't spend too much effort on the comprehension of the path of war, the scripture of the way contained the scroll of the path of the way, after all. This caused his comprehension of the path of war to be on par with the legendary generals of the ancient times on Earth, so he naturally knew the greatest weakness of the path of war. No matter how powerful a technique, tool, or formation, it was most afraid of being fragile. If it was too fragile, then no matter how powerful it was, or even if it was a tool of war that could destroy a world, it wouldn't pose any threat to a true famous general or a cultivator who had truly comprehended the path of war. Therefore, the first requirement for a truly perfect tool of war and formation was toughness. Stability. The formation before him clearly understood the essence of the path of war. Even though the rays of light stirred the entire formation, it actually didn't scatter because of this. With a thought from Luo Fan, the black formation that was still covered in cracks trembled slightly, and the rapidly rotating rays of light slowly retracted. From its original blooming appearance, it gradually shrank into a flower bud. The moment this flower bud formed, the strange impact force that had shrunk and become tens of thousands of times larger rushed into the flower bud like a wave rushing into the shore. Although it created a powerful sound and light effect, it couldn't do anything to the flower bud. The octopus-like consciousness projections, 8 claws extended in all directions. Endless waves rushed out from its 8 tentacles and controlled the billions of lives that had been destroyed. The lives that had been destroyed changed according to its will, and all the power was gathered in one place to continuously strengthen the power of the dazzling silver cloud above the shore. The moment the flower bud appeared, the octopus-like consciousness projection's face revealed a faint smile. It said, "Looks like the cultivators of the celestial realm aren't much. They only know how to defend and let me use the formation. If that's the case, then I won't hold back." With that, its body slightly trembled and suddenly charged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already brought the hundreds of billions of extinct creatures into the incomparably huge silver cloud up above. The combined size of these hundreds of billions of living beings was enormous. It was obvious that they were hundreds of times larger than the cloud. However, when they charged into the cloud along with the octopus-like consciousness projection, there was no unusual phenomenon. The cloud did not swell because of this, as if these living beings were just illusions. At this moment, Luo Fan's eyes slightly lit up. It really is mysterious. I didn't expect the path of war to also produce such changes. Sure enough, all methods are interlinked, and different paths lead to the same goal. A trace of admiration flashed in his mind. The iron cloud around the flower bud suddenly shook, and countless elements of fire, earth, water, and wind appeared. The space changed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a space was opened up. This space became larger and larger, and in a short while, it had already reached a radius of billions of kilometers. The flower bud formed by the rays of light was right in the center of this space. In this space, there was an infinite amount of killing intent. These killing intent and the vitality of extinction fused together, creating an effect that promoted and strengthened each other. Between heaven and earth, there was a thick killing intent. At this moment, the impact force that surged towards the flower bud had already disappeared, and in its place was an extremely mysterious, almost unimaginable corrosive force. This corrosive force was stronger than any kind of corrosive force Luo Fan had ever seen before. In an instant, it had already transformed the 3-inch thick layer of light on the surface of the flower bud into something that was hundreds of times the size of the fusion of the killing intent and the annihilation Yuan Qi. After Luo Fan praised, with a thought, the flower bud slightly shook and quickly bloomed. In an instant, it turned into a vivid and lifelike giant lotus that emitted a strong fragrance. This lotus looked similar to the lotus that was formed at the beginning, but there was a certain essential difference inside. It seemed more solid, more wonderful, and even contained an indescribable essence of the great Tao. The strong fragrance that was produced from it was not anything else but the void itself. It was the lotus of light that Luo Fan had evolved. It was extremely mysterious, and even the void acknowledged it as a real lotus, so there was a strange fragrance attached to it. As the lotus flower bloomed, it began to grow. The powerful corrosive force produced by this space was instantly isolated. Even though it continued to collide with the lotus, it could no longer affect the interior of the lotus. This was not the lotus that Luo Fan had already planned to use to resist the corrosive force. Although Luo Fan had already attained the fruit of primordial unity, and his divination ability had improved substantially, allowing him to sense some kind of indescribable trajectory of fate, he could not grasp every single detail of the battle process. The reason why he could do this, where every single change happened to restrain the changes of the formation, was because his cultivation was unfathomable. His words were the law, and with a thought, the moves would change on their own, naturally restraining the changes. At this moment, countless pieces of land of different sizes appeared in the originally empty space. They floated in the void, like islands of land in the universe. The structure of these continents was quite mysterious. They formed a spherical shape around the lotus flower that Luo Fan was in, firmly wrapping Luo Fan in the center of this group of continents. Moreover, these lands were not evenly distributed. Instead, they were spread out in all directions, with the lotus flower that Luo Fan was on as the top. Their surfaces were facing the glowing lotus flower from all directions. Next, countless presences appeared out of thin air among these endless lands. These presences were quite familiar to Luo Fan. They were the billions of extinct creatures that had appeared out of thin air within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. However, these extinct creatures were more than 1,000 times stronger than when they first appeared. Every single one of them had the ability to achieve Tao. When Luo Fan saw such a scene, his eyes could not help but light up. Chapter 317. 18 Holy Beasts, Intimidating Heavenly Kings. Just as these thoughts flashed through Luo Fan's mind, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. It blotted out the sky and the sun, enveloping the world. This illusory figure had a large head and a small body. Its 8 tentacles were like the pillars of the 8 extremities of heaven and earth, hanging down from the 9 heavens, connecting the heavens and the earth. The 2 huge eyes on its head flashed with the brilliance of the sun and the moon, making one feel as if they were being roasted by the scorching sun and illuminated by the bright moon. This illusory figure exuded an aura that seemed to have fused with the entire space and could gather all the energy in the space. It was the consciousness projection of the octopus. The octopus projection trembled slightly, and the entire battlefield space trembled slightly. Following that, a wave of intense lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the space. Endless powerful lightning condensed in the air, and after a while, it coiled around the huge illusory figure like countless rays of light, causing the illusory figure to display a boundless might that could suppress the world. The celestial realm really is the celestial realm. To think that the space created by my endless annihilation way of war would be so powerful. Originally, I didn't have much confidence in being able to strengthen every general to the rank of a general, but now I have absolute confidence. The illusory figure in the sky seemed to sigh with emotion as it spoke. As this voice rang out, all the extinct creatures on the billions of islands let out loud roars towards the sky. The roars were extremely profound. Every single one of them was different and had different characteristics. However, when combined together under the support of some special law in the battlefield space, they actually condensed into something solid. In the blink of an eye, countless ferocious beasts suddenly appeared out of thin air around Luo Fan's 1-acre lotus flower. They were vague and illusory, but they all contained a murderous aura that went straight to one's heart. They constantly attacked the lotus flower, causing the multicolored light that formed the lotus flower to constantly distort. If a normal person saw these ferocious beasts, they would definitely be frightened out of their wits and die a violent death. Luo Fan looked at the scene, and a slight smile appeared on his face. With a single thought, the light trembled slightly and emitted an invisible ripple. It directly destroyed the countless ferocious beasts formed from the sound waves, causing the void to clear up once again. The roars of annihilating billions of lives paused for a moment. After these roars were enhanced by the armament Tao space, their power naturally increased greatly, but at the same time, his connection with them also became much closer, so when the roar was broken, it was naturally reflected on them. Luo Fan shook his head and said, "Although the strategist space has the shape of a space, it is not a real space after all. It only has the shape. It looks powerful, but it's actually weak. It's even inferior to the military formation from before. It's extremely easy for me to break through it." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed lightly. The black lotus in front of him trembled slightly and abruptly turned from its original blooming state into a bud. Then it quickly bloomed from the bud. The entire process was extremely natural. Even if a natural lotus bloomed, it would not be as natural as the bud that bloomed. It vividly displayed the laws of nature. After the lotus bloomed, a lotus pod gradually appeared in the center. It grew larger and larger, gradually covering all the petals. 18 lotus seeds gradually seeped out of the rather large lotus pod and slowly floated out of the lotus pod. As the 18 lotus seeds floated out, the entire lotus pod and the lotus slowly withered and disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye, it was as if they had never been there. As for the 18 lotus seeds, they emitted a boundless brilliance. The multicolored lotus that was originally enveloping Luo Fan and the auspicious cloud was instantly pierced by the boundless brilliance emitted by the 18 lotus seeds. In the blink of an eye, it had already become fragmented and could not be collected. After the splendor pierced through the multicolored lotus, it still didn't stop. Instead, it continued to pierce in all directions like 18 scorching suns, shining on the hundreds of billions of suns that surrounded Luo Fan. As the light shone, the islands suddenly became slightly distorted. They seemed to become somewhat illusory. Even the hundreds of billions of extinct creatures on the islands could not help but cry out in pain. It was as if they had suffered an extremely great blow. Their bodies and minds seemed to be enduring endless pain from the inside out. What is this? I clearly feel that it's only at the general level at most, so why is it able to penetrate the military tool space and injure me? A soldier? The octopus silhouette that seemed to cover the sky frowned and said. There were questions in its voice, but it did not seem to be too worried. It seemed to have absolute confidence. Luo Fan understood the octopus shadow's language through the intent contained within, but not through understanding the language. He knew that the general level it spoke of was equivalent to the cultivation of the primordial world's independent immortals. These 18 lotus seeds were nurtured by the black lotus, and they contained some sort of mysterious vitality. They were the seeds of divine abilities, and they contained all sorts of unimaginable might. Moreover, they were born with the cultivation of an independent immortal, and they were not much different from the Commander Realm. Luo Fan faintly smiled and said, "How could you easily comprehend my technique? This military space must be the supreme achievement of your endless annihilation heavenly military space. Although it has not been fully displayed, I have already seen some clues. There is no need for you to continue attacking." With a thought, the light released by the 18 lotus seeds disappeared. The lotus seeds enlarged slightly and turned into 18 creatures of different shapes in the blink of an eye. Among them, there were rats, cows, tigers, rabbits, dragons, snakes, horses, sheep, monkeys, chickens, dogs, and pigs occupying the 24 positions around it. There were also the black tortoise, azure dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird under its feet. Above its head, there was also a black and white snake with its head and tail intersecting, forming a strange ring. As the 18 creatures took shape, a mysterious and indescribable aura arose spontaneously. The spherical space formed by these 18 living beings was completely independent. The void inside was a whole, completely isolated from the outside world. The 18 creatures roared at the sky. Their voices were either melodious, ferocious, domineering, benevolent, or solemn. They were all different, but all of them were mysterious. It was as if every one of them had exhausted the mysteries of the sound and could exert some kind of unimaginable power. They could affect some kind of unimaginable great Tao and produce boundless power, affecting all creatures in the world that heard the sound. Matter. The 100 billion islands shook even more violently under the sound, and the roars of the creatures became even louder. Condense. At this moment, the octopus shadow's expression finally changed, and it shouted. With this roar, the entire military space trembled, and all kinds of mysterious power gathered together. In the blink of an eye, all the origin energy of destruction and killing intent in the world began to boil. After the origin energy of destruction and killing intent boiled, the entire military space was covered by a blood-red fog. Endless evil aura erupted from the fog. Endless murderous sounds, killing intent, and malice sprayed out from the fog. Everything in the world seemed to be about to be destroyed. Unfortunately, although this transformation is quite powerful, it's just flashy for me, Luo Fan sighed. With a pointed finger, the giant black and white snake above his head and tail rotated, creating a boundless suction force. It sucked the blood-red fog that filled the entire military space into the circle formed by the snake's head and tail. Through the mysterious structure that seemed to contain some kind of great Tao, it was transferred to the 12 life forms that occupied the 12 positions below. Then, through the condensation of the life forms in the 12 positions, it was transferred to the black tortoise, azure dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird. As the origin energy poured in, the four beasts roared, and the space within them rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had grown from 1 acre to 100 acres, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. After a short while, when the boundless blood-colored mist in the entire weaponry space had been completely absorbed, the spherical space formed by the 18 lotus seeds had already expanded to the extent that it occupied nearly 80% of the entire weaponry space. The 18 life forms on the surface of the spherical space had all grown millions of times larger. Each of them was as large as the giant octopus from before. With a slight twist or tremble, it would cause endless changes in the space inside. Violent storms, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. How could this be? I was activating a transformation that could kill 300 million primordial marshals. How could it be interrupted and devoured? Even a celestial from the celestial world shouldn't have this ability. At this moment, the octopus shadow had been squeezed into a narrow corner. Moreover, its size had been compressed by hundreds of times. It still looked extremely large, but under the illumination of the 18 life forms, it seemed so tiny that it was not even worth mentioning. Apart from that, the billions of life forms that originally filled the military space and surrounded Luo Fan disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Luo Fan stood at the center of the space created by the 18 life forms and carefully examined it. He sighed slightly. After all, it's just randomly created. Compared to a real space, it's still too crude. It can't even distort time. It's really useless. Although the 18 life forms were randomly chosen by Luo Fan, they coincided with some kind of profound truth of the Great Tao. They could activate some kind of power in the space, and through the replenishment of the power from the outside world, they naturally created such a vast space that was as stable as a medium-class world. However, after all, the 18 lotus seeds were only born from the mysterious light that Luo Fan emitted. They naturally only contained the power of an individual immortal. Even if they contained the fruits of Luo Fan's attainment of the primordial unity Tao fruit, they were still quite limited. At least, without Luo Fan's control, they could not create this space perfectly. They could only rely on their own instincts and use the characteristics of the surrounding space to create the void. For an ordinary creature, or even an ordinary innate god, the void that was constructed was already perfect enough for them to be proud of for tens of millions of years. But for Luo Fan, this kind of void that couldn't distort time was just a kind of chicken ribs. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to abandon it. That killer move of yours that killed 300 million ancient marshals must have detonated the entire weaponry space and used the destructive power of the void to kill all life in it. Right? Although Luo Fan was asking a question, His tone did not sound like he was asking a question at all. He seemed very certain. You actually saw through it. Looks like you really aren't an ordinary immortal. The octopus shadow frowned and said, "You're so indifferent. Do you think that this is just a consciousness projection? Even if it's destroyed, there won't be any danger of dying?" Luo Fan said with interest, "That's part of the reason. But it's mostly because for life forms in the endless annihilation heavens like us, survival is a form of torture, and death is just a form of release." The octopus shadow sighed. As they conversed, the military space gradually distorted and became illusory. After a short while, it disappeared without a trace. The surroundings returned to the annihilation domain that was shrouded in black mist. As the void disappeared, the spherical space formed by the lotus seeds suddenly shrank to the size of an acre. With a thought from Luo Fan, the auspicious cloud under his feet gently floated, leaving this spherical space and arriving above the two large snakes that had their heads and tails intersecting. As Luo Fan left, the 18 lotus seeds that opened up the spherical space slowly changed and compressed. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a black metal ball the size of a fist. On the surface of the metal ball, there were 18 kinds of carvings. Above it, there were two black and white snakes with their heads and tails intersecting to form a circle. On the widest circle of the ball, there were 24 positions corresponding to the 12 zodiacs. Below it, the four holy beasts were like the four legs of the ball. When combined, it looked like a mouthless incense burner. He waved his hand, and the mouthless incense burner floated into Luo Fan's hand. "This item is formed from the endless annihilation heaven. I'll call it annihilation heaven and earth." Luo Fan waved his hand, and the ball changed slightly. The 12 carvings engraved on its surface seemed to tremble. After Luo Fan finished doing all this, he turned his head and asked the octopus-like shadow, "What is the purpose of your endless annihilation heaven entering the primordial world?" At this moment, the octopus-like shadow had already landed in the pool below, and its size had shrunk to a height of 10,000 feet. It was obvious that the previous battle had consumed quite a lot of its energy. The octopus-like shadow turned its head and looked around. It saw that the billions of creatures that were still under its control had all lost their spiritual consciousness. They were lying on the ground like dead objects and spread out in the annihilation domain. Even though the octopus-like consciousness projection was a commander who commanded hundreds of billions of soldiers, it still felt sad when it saw so many subordinates' spiritual consciousness damaged due to the battle and only their instincts were left. It sighed and said, "We stepped into the immortal world to survive." "Oh, that's understandable. But you're not here to seek a place to live, right?" Luo Fan came to a sudden realization. "Of course. If you only need a place to live, which of the billions of worlds in the universe can defeat my endless annihilation heaven? Even those so-called forbidden realms are no match for my endless annihilation heaven." The octopus-like consciousness projection was rather proud. Luo Fan thought for a moment, and his eyes shone into the void. After a careful analysis, he understood what the beings of the endless annihilation heaven wanted. "I see. After so many years of development, the endless annihilation heaven's origin chi of annihilation is probably not enough. You must find a world with abundant origin chi and convert it into a world filled with origin chi of annihilation. Only then can you survive. And in the billions of worlds in the universe, aside from the immortal world, the origin chi of annihilation in other worlds is probably not dense enough for you to survive." Luo Fan sighed. "It's so easy to talk to immortals," the octopus-like consciousness projection praised. "Unfortunately, the corrosive power of the origin chi of annihilation is too strong. Even if you occupy a corner of a universe, it will cause great trouble in the future. I can't make the decision to let you enter the universe." Luo Fan shook his head. "That's not up to you. Although I've already failed this time, there are still the 36 heavenly kings within the endless annihilation sky making their plans. There are also an unknown number of spatial gates that might exist. We will definitely return in the future. You might be able to stop us once, but do you think you can stop us 100 or 1,000 times?" The octopus-like life form smiled and said. Luo Fan thought for a moment, and he understood the reason. The universe was boundless, and there was more than one place where the power of extreme een and extreme cold combined with the essence of nine water. The place where the power of extreme een and extreme cold combined with the essence of nine water must have some kind of strange connection with the endless annihilation heaven. If the endless annihilation heaven worked hard to find it, there would be a day when it could find another weak point in the space-time connection and create another space-time portal. Since that's the case, I can't let you go back. Luo Fan sighed. The octopus-like consciousness projection was slightly stunned. Just as it was about to say something, it saw Luo Fan suddenly raise his hand and point. This point felt like the entire universe was pressing down on it, and it instantly shocked its soul. Its mind, body, consciousness, and even its original body in the endless annihilation heaven instantly froze and couldn't move at all. Luo Fan raised his hand slightly, and a mysterious, seemingly non-existent spiritual light floated up from the octopus-like consciousness projection. As the spiritual light floated up, the light in the octopus-like consciousness projection's eyes dimmed, and as if it had died, it slowly collapsed into the pool of water, motionless, just like the countless other creatures that had fallen on the ground. Luo Fan raised his hand and made a grabbing motion, and the spiritual light landed in his hand. Chapter 3:18. Across time and space, the battle was over. At this moment, the faint spiritual light that appeared in Luo Fan's hand was the original spiritual consciousness of the octopus-like life. It could also be said to be the core of its soul. Without the soul core and the original spiritual consciousness, no matter how powerful the octopus-like life was, even if it had the incredible ability to project its consciousness, it would at most be left with its instincts. Its wisdom and thoughts would all disappear. It would be the same as the billions of extinct creatures below. At this moment, the octopus-like life was quite powerful, but it had only reached the peak of the itinerant immortal realm, or perhaps it was several times stronger than ordinary cultivators at the peak of the itinerant immortal realm. There was still a slight gap between it and the true immortal realm. It was this gap that determined that it had no ability to resist in front of Luo Fan. Even if they were separated by an unknown distance, and the passage of time was hundreds of millions of times different, it was still the same. In that instant, Luo Fan raised his hand and grabbed at the air. Through the connection between the consciousness projection of the octopus-like life and its main body, he directly followed the vine to the melon and grabbed the soul core that was attached to its main body, the original spiritual consciousness. Because it was still in the itinerant immortal realm, its soul did not have the absolute power of the consciousness of the world like the ancient spirit. At this moment, it seemed extremely weak in Luo Fan's hands. It could not even maintain a complete self-consciousness and could only instinctively twist and struggle. With a slight thought, all the memories and thoughts contained in the spiritual light flowed through Luo Fan's mind like a movie. So he is the strongest heavenly king in the endless annihilation heaven, the supreme heavenly king. Although the remaining 36 heavenly kings are also called heavenly kings, there is a huge gap between them and this supreme heavenly king. At most, they can only be considered to be at the peak of the scattered immortal realm. In this way, there is no need to worry too much that the endless annihilation heaven will be able to open another spatial door in a short period of time to connect to the primordial world. After organizing all of the memories of the supreme heavenly king, Luo Fan felt slightly relieved. The spatial door that appeared here was led by the supreme heavenly king. It gathered the power of the 37 heavenly kings of the endless annihilation heaven and opened up a weak point in time and space by chance. It could be said that if there was no supreme heavenly king leading the way, working together, and controlling it, it would be absolutely difficult for this spatial door to form. However, now that the supreme heavenly king had lost his consciousness and was only left with his body's instincts, it would be difficult for him to help with the formation of the spatial door. Understanding this, Luo Fan raised her hand and beckoned. The fist-sized sphere that was carved with the shapes of 18 creatures turned and directly absorbed the spiritual light that represented the source of the supreme heavenly king's spiritual sense, the core of the soul, into the void that was opened up within it. Under the operation of the spatial laws, in an instant, it had already turned into a mysterious power, increasing the power of the heaven and earth annihilation heaven and earth annihilation heaven. After sorting out all of the memories of the supreme heavenly king, Luo Fan's understanding of the endless annihilation heaven had already reached an extremely deep and broad level. He already had an incomparably complete grasp of the structure of this spatial and time portal. With a thought, the artifact that he called annihilation heaven and earth transformed into a ray of light and charged downwards. In the blink of an eye, it had already charged into the black pond below. As the stream of light rushed in, an increasingly large and obvious whirlpool appeared on the surface of the originally calm black pond. After the whirlpool appeared, an increasingly strong suction force appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the black pond, frantically pulling in the endless energy of annihilation from the surface of the pond, which was the endless black mist. Under this suction force, the annihilation domain that covered a radius of 5 million kilometers began to gradually collapse. The endless black mist that filled it seemed to melt and condense, transforming into divine dragons that extended down from the void and charged into the black pond from all directions. The speed at which they rushed in was extremely fast. Countless divine dragons wrapped around the black pond from all directions, directly filling up the top of the black pond. It looked like a waterfall pouring down. This process lasted for half a day. When the countless divine dragons' tails rushed into the black pond, the world within a radius of 500 kilometers became clear. All of the black mist had been sucked out by the whirlpool in the pond. As the world became clear, the whirlpool in the black pond became gentler and weaker. Not long after, it completely calmed down. Then, the artifact that Luo Fan called Annihilation Heaven and Earth suddenly floated up from the black pond. With a turn, it transformed into a ray of light and charged straight into Luo Fan's hand, transforming into a sphere that had undergone some kind of indescribable change. At this moment, the black pond below had undergone a huge change. On the surface, it didn't seem to have changed much, but the aura that was originally connected to another world had disappeared. Within the black pond, only the aura of extreme Yin and extreme cold Qi and ninth water essence remain. Obviously, the space-time portal that had fused with the black water pond had disappeared, and the black water pond could only be called an ordinary pond. If one had to point out what was special about it, it would only be that the extreme Yin and cold Qi and the ninth water essence contained within it were extremely dense and had reached an unimaginable degree. Luo Fan raised his hand and pointed. The annihilation heaven and earth in his hand trembled slightly and turned into a spherical shadow that was hundreds of meters in size. On this shadow, the 18 very strange creatures began to slowly circulate and flutter. Each of their auras was different, but when combined, they formed an aura of creation. Each of them opened their mouths and roared. Although they didn't make any sound, it was extremely shocking. Inside this spherical shadow, there was a rather vast void. This void had no top or bottom. There was no sky, no earth, only a pure and condensed annihilation source. The slaughter Qi slowly circulated in it according to some mysterious method, as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses contained in it. It seemed as if each of them could evolve into hundreds of millions of soldiers and generals, and each of them could split into infinite combat power. Although the void inside doesn't have the ability to change space-time, it's passable in battle. It's good to give it to me. Luo Fan sighed. Then, he raised his hand and waved lightly. The spherical shadow quickly compressed and condensed. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a fist-sized sphere and was put into his world in the sleeve. The annihilation heaven and earth had become a rather mysterious celestial device refined by Luo Fan. The refining method used was quite strange, But it was not the restriction refining method that he was best at. Instead, it directly used the creation power of the 18 creatures that matched with some kind of heaven and earth truth to open up a space of tens of millions of miles. Then it swallowed and merged with the space-time portal that connected to the endless annihilation heaven, so that it had the ability to transform the innate pneuma into the annihilation source and the slaughter chi. Although the power it possessed was not great in Luo Fan's eyes, it could still kill an innate god in the individual immortal realm. It could be said to be a very strong celestial device. After putting the annihilation heaven and earth in the sleeve, Luo Fan looked down at the ground below, and a light flashed in his eyes. With a light wave of his hand, the octopus-like projection of the consciousness of the supreme heavenly king and the billions of exterminated creatures were sucked up by a mysterious and enormous force, and gradually poured into the black river that connected to the black pool below. In the blink of an eye, they were washed away by the river to an unknown place. Countless lights and shadows flashed in Luo Fan's mind, and a slight smile appeared on his face. He suddenly looked down in the direction where the consciousness projection of the supreme heavenly king disappeared, as if he was talking to someone, and said, "Why do you ask for forgiveness? I'm only gratified that you can see his memory. This matter is over. You must be more careful when you travel in the untainted land in the future. 1,500 years later, we will meet at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. I hope you will not let me down." With that, he moved his mind. The magic cloud under his feet shook slightly, and in an instant, it had disappeared without a trace with Luo Fan. It seemed to be slow, but it was actually very fast. 10 days later, in a place more than 320 million miles away from the Black Pool in the lower reaches of the Blackwater River, Gu Ling and Patriarch Sky Dragon were looking at the light and shadow on the wall of the bridge. The light and shadow on it showed some of the memories of the supreme heavenly king. Among them, the man and the dragon had seen the battle between Luo Fan and the billions of living beings in the endless annihilation heaven. From Luo Fan's point of view, the entire process of the battle was just a perfunctory attempt to understand the endless annihilation heaven's path of war. However, from the point of view of Gu Ling and Old Ancestor Sky Dragon, it was extremely shocking. Whether it was Luo Fan's every move or the attacks of the billions of extinct creatures, they all made them feel like they were looking up to a tall mountain. They only felt that if they, a man and a dragon, encountered any one of them, they would definitely not be able to last more than an instant. They would definitely not be able to resist at all. When the light and shadow came to an end, after Patriarch Sky Dragon let out a sigh, the light and shadow just happened to show Luo Fan's journey. Seeing this scene, Gu Ling could not help but be shocked and exclaim. When he was sorting out the memories of the supreme heavenly king, there was no such scene at all. How did this scene appear? At this moment, Gu Ling suddenly felt that Luo Fan's gaze seemed to pass through time and space, directly looking at him through the memories of the supreme heavenly king. He even felt that he seemed to have found the image of himself and Patriarch Sky Dragon in Luo Fan's eyes. At this moment, Gu Ling understood that Luo Fan's divine power was great. Even if it was just a memory peek, he would still be able to detect it. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple did not know this was done by Master," and dared to peek. "Master, please forgive me." Patriarch Sky Dragon's knowledge was not inferior to Gu Ling's. At the same time, he also noticed the abnormality and hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Why ask for forgiveness? Master is only gratified that you can see through his memories. This matter is over. In the future, you must be more careful when you travel the untainted land. We will meet again at the foot of Buzhou Mountain in 1,500 years. I hope you will not disappoint me." At this moment, Luo Fan chuckled and said. As he spoke, the light flashed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After the light disappeared, Gu Ling and Patriarch Sky Dragon stood up after a long time. The two of them looked at each other and felt indescribably shocked. "I didn't expect Master to be so powerful, to be able to cross time and space and detect our spying. Fortunately, I did not disrespect you. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Gu Ling sighed. I wonder when I will be able to cultivate such a divine ability. Patriarch Sky Dragon sighed. The space-time portal that connected the endless annihilation sky and the untainted land was 1,356,720 kilometers away from Buzhou Mountain. Even his nebula could cross this distance in a short time, let alone the magic cloud whose speed was far faster than the nebula. In just one day, Luo Fan arrived at Mount Buzhou. His figure descended, dispersing the auspicious clouds and landing on the primal chaos origin energy sea at the peak of Mount Buzhou. With a thought, the Void Wuji Palace rotated and appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, he took a step forward. As the void distorted, his figure had already entered the spirit space inside the Void Wuji Palace. His figure directly appeared in front of the peak hall. He raised his hand, and the limitless boy appeared in front of him. Luo Fan did not bother to ask. With a thought, the limitless boy's memory unfolded in his mind like a scroll. In the blink of an eye, he understood the evolution of the minor kiliocosm over the years. The last time he came to this minor kiliocosm, it was more than 22,000 years ago in the untainted land. To this minor kiliocosm, it was more than 16 million years. In total, it had already been 123 Yuanhui. In such a long time, the civilization of the entire minor kiliocosm had been destroyed and reborn 18 times. However, although the civilization had experienced so many times of destruction and rebirth, it had not broken away from the mold of the cultivation civilization and martial arts civilization. In Luo Fan's eyes, it was not much different from 123 Yuanhui ago. If there was anything different, it would be that the traces left behind by Luo Fu, Luo Chunyang, and the others in the minor kiliocosm had been washed away by time. The vicissitudes of life are nothing more than this, nothing more than this. Looking at the evolution of the civilization over 16 million years, Luo Fan could not help but sigh with emotion. With a thought, he raised his hand and grabbed at the air. In front of him, the scene of Luo Ho, who had reincarnated countless times, and the scene of water and fire appeared. It's a pity that I should have let you continue to reincarnate in this world, but unfortunately, I don't have much time. At this time, I already have the ability to subdue the innate, indestructible spiritual light. I can only apologize. Luo Fan sighed and said, in this life, Luo Ho was a pig butcher, and the reincarnation of water and fire was the mayor of the town where the pig butcher was located. There was a huge difference in status between the two, but they were strangely on good terms. There were endless conflicts between them, and there were even several times when they almost fought to the death. I never thought that you would actually obtain such great benefits. This can be considered as fate. Luo Fan carefully examined the water and fire, and he noticed that the spiritual light within the water and fire was smooth, pure, and condensed. It was dazzling like a diamond that had been tempered countless times. He knew in his heart that after reincarnating for so many lifetimes, the essence of his spiritual sense had been tempered by countless lifetimes. Although there was a gap between his innate aptitude and the innate gods, his spiritual sense that was tempered after birth had already surpassed most innate gods. He raised his hand and grabbed at the air. Luo Ho, water and fire directly traversed the void and appeared before the Apex Palace. Their bodies were even slightly distorted and blurry. In the blink of an eye, they had already returned to their appearances before Luo Fan sent them into reincarnation. Luo Ho stood there in a daze. His face was extremely blank, and he seemed to be unable to react to what had happened. On the other hand, water and fire seemed to be extremely indifferent. They stood there with a calm expression, and their eyes flashed with a light that seemed to have seen through everything. Their faces were indifferent, and there was a slight smile on their faces. It seemed like there was nothing in the world that could affect them. Luo Fan was even more delighted when he saw their performance. He said, "Everything in the past has turned into fleeting clouds. It's quite rare for you to be able to maintain your original heart in countless reincarnations and obtain great progress in your mind. I wish to take you as my disciple and pass on the supreme transcendence technique to you. Are you willing? Water and fire are willing. Water and fire greets Master. The smile on Water and Fire's face did not change. They seemed to have expected this, and they calmly bowed. Luo Fan smiled. Fortune, fortune, with such a disposition, even if your innate aptitude is slightly inferior, your future achievements will definitely not be inferior to your eldest senior brother. Thank you for taking care of me, Master. Water and Fire smiled. In these tens of millions of years, Water and Fire and Luo Ho had always been entangled and fighting in the reincarnation cycle. Luo Ho was still fine. He could erase his memories every time he reincarnated. However, Water and Fire were not so lucky. He had to maintain his memories at all times. After tens of millions of years of reincarnation, every reincarnation would leave a trace in the depths of his soul sense, and every reincarnation would have a slight impact on his soul sense and his mind. In the beginning, he had been happy, sad, angry, crazy, hateful, and had given up. But later, after millions of years, he finally gradually understood the various principles of the mortal world. He gradually understood the true meaning of the human heart from the various states of the human world and the connection between the heavenly Tao and human Tao. His disposition gradually improved, and he gradually saw through everything. He finally understood the root of the entanglement of cause and effect through the appearance of the various states of the human world. After that, he began to learn to use the attitude of cultivation to face the reincarnation cycle after reincarnation cycle. In this life, Water and Fire were as calm as water. They seemed to see through everything and had a disposition that could see through everything. Chapter 319. Your body has already been refined in the depths of the pure earth lightning pool for tens of millions of years. By now, it should have undergone a qualitative change. Wait for me to extract it for you. Luo Fan ignored Luo Ho and continued speaking to Water and Fire. Thank you, Master. Water and Fire bowed. Luo Fan smiled faintly. With just a thought, he raised his hand and waved. The corporeal body of Shui and Hua, which was suppressed in the depths of the thunder pool, directly tore through space and appeared in front of Luo Fan and Shui and Hua. This body had been refined in the earth lightning pool for tens of millions of years. Although it did not cultivate any cultivation method, it had undergone an extremely unbelievable change after being nourished and transformed by the earth lightning. At this moment, it no longer looked like it had before. Instead, it had turned into a young man who was almost 3 meters tall. He was rather skinny and had a rather dignified appearance. He seemed to be in control of quite a bit of power. There were strands of earth and yellow lightning wrapped around this body. When it appeared, there were countless strange sounds of thunder in the air. Even the surrounding space seemed to collapse slightly and distort slightly. It was obvious that it was unable to bear the power contained in this body. Excellent. This body has already become a lightning spirit body, and it innately possesses the ability to obtain boundless energy from the boundless earth and control all lightning in the heavens and earth. With this body, your cultivation will surely advance extremely quickly in the future, and attaining the Tao is only a matter of time, said Luo Fan with a smile. Seeing that his body had undergone such a huge change, even though Water and Fire's temperament had grown to an unimaginable level, they could not help but change their expression slightly. Thank you, Master. As his expression changed, he hurriedly bowed and kowtowed. This time, his voice was filled with deep gratitude. In these tens of millions of years, he had experienced all sorts of situations in the world. He had who knew how many tens of thousands of identities, and the things he had experienced in the mortal world were innumerable. Although he had only been in this minor thousand world, it had already broadened his knowledge. In these tens of millions of years, he had even thought about how to cultivate and comprehended many seemingly right, but actually wrong cultivation methods. Naturally, he knew how beneficial having such a lightning spirit body was to his cultivation and how significant it was to him. It was simply equivalent to stepping onto a shortcut to reaching the Tao. With such a huge benefit, how could water and fire maintain their previous calmness and composure? With such a huge benefit, how could water and fire maintain their previous calmness and calmness? Luo fan, 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 fan, luo fan, luo fan, luo fan, luo fan, 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 luo fan, luo fan, 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 luo fan, luo fan, 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 luo fan, 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 fan with the endless amount of powder pouring in. The lightning around the lightning spirit's body began to flicker rapidly. Among them, dragon roars continuously rang out from within its body. At the same time, there were also traces of spatial cracks appearing around the fire and water bodies. After a while, these strange phenomena disappeared, and the endless lightning that flashed around his body quickly compressed. In the blink of an eye, a yellow robe was formed on the surface of his body. At this moment, the body of the lightning spirit opened its eyes. As lightning flashed in its eyes, it seemed to have seen through some sort of supreme truth of the Grand Tao. Disciple is willing to cut off the connection with the past. Master, please bestow me a name. As lightning flashed, the lightning spirit body bowed and said to Luo Fan. Luo Fan was slightly taken aback. As the golden and silver light flickered, he had already seen the lightning spirit body from inside to outside, from the soul to the existence that was entangled on the surface of the body. When he saw everything clearly, he sighed to himself. The moment water and fire spoke, the mysterious existence that was connected to water and Luo collapsed. The influence of water and Luo Fan's future that occasionally flashed in his eyes completely collapsed. It could be said that water and Luo Fan had become a blank piece of paper to a certain extent. They were more pure than any innate god in the primordial world. At this moment, he knew that the moment water and Luo Fan said that they wanted to cut off the connection with the past, the supreme great Tao had already responded and directly cut off the past of water and Luo Fan. At this moment, in the eyes of the supreme great Tao, water and Luo Fan were existences without a past or a name. All the merit and bad karma he had accumulated in the past had nothing to do with him. The lightning spirit body knelt on the ground. After he spoke, light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have gained something, but also seemed to have lost something. He felt relaxed, but also lost. Do you know what this means? Luo Fan sighed. I know. After cutting off the past, I will become a pure life. In the eyes of the world, I will be the same as an innate god, water and Luo Fan said. But in this way, all the merit you've accumulated in the past will disappear. What you've gained in the past tens of millions of years of reincarnation is only the temperament you've tempered now, Luo Fan said. This is enough. Water and Luo Fan were very determined. Since you have decided, I will not persuade you anymore. You have cut off all connections with the past, and you have the body of a lightning spirit. I will give you a name. You will be Lei Jiuxiao. It means that lightning travels through the 9 heavens and is free and unfettered. How about it? Lei Jiuxiao bowed and said, Thank you for the name, Master. From now on, I will be Lei Jiuxiao. As he bowed, there seemed to be some kind of mysterious and indescribable existence that was inexplicably profound in the unseen world. As the golden and silver light flashed in Luo Fan's eyes, countless images of Lei Jiuxiao's future flashed through his mind. I see. Since you have such a heavy responsibility, I will hand over the world's annihilation to you. Such a thought flashed through Luo Fan's mind when he saw the countless images. With that thought, he raised his hand and waved, and an item flew out from his sleeve. It was a fist-sized sphere with 18 types of strange life carved on it. It was the world annihilation that Luo Fan had refined not long ago. Stand up. Since you have already acknowledged me as your master, I will bestow this item to you. Go and refine this item. After that, I will impart the cultivation technique to you. Luo Fan passed the item to Lei Jiuxiao. Lei Jiuxiao raised his hands and received the magic tool that Luo Fan called the world's annihilation. He shouted, Thank you, Master, for the treasure. With that, he stood up, bowed, and took a few steps back. He turned around and entered Danlin's Supreme Peak Hall. He had stayed in Danlin's Supreme Peak Hall for a long time in the past, so he naturally knew where to go. There was no need for Luo Fan to worry about it. At this moment, Luo Ho sighed and said, "Looks like you already have the confidence to subdue the natural inextinguishable spirit light." That's right. I should have waited for the natural inextinguishable spirit light to submit and give you more time to cultivate the Tao validation through dreams. Unfortunately, there will be a great calamity in the primordial world in a few thousand years, and I will need to use the natural inextinguishable spirit light. I can only apologize. Luo Fan also sighed. Why do you have to pretend to be kind? Both of us know that the reason you split from me back then was because you couldn't subdue the natural inextinguishable spirit light and had no choice. Once you have a way to subdue the natural inextinguishable spirit light, there will naturally be no need for me to exist anymore. The bet was only to appease me. Luoho laughed. There was not a trace of madness or anger in his voice, as if he had seen through everything. Clearly, through the cultivation of the Tao validation through dreams, even though his temperament did not grow as much as fire and water, it had still grown tremendously. Luo Fan smiled and said, "Seeing that you were able to comprehend this, I presume that you've gained a great deal from the Tao validation through dreams. Why don't you try it? Although I've gained a little, what's the use of it? I'm probably not your match, even in the primordial world, let alone this is your world." Luo Ho shook his head. "It's a pity. I originally wanted to see exactly how powerful the Tao validation through dreams that I've created is. Looks like it's impossible. Forget it. Time is of the essence, and it's not good to delay." Luo Fan sighed. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pressed down lightly. Luo Ho's body before him suddenly collapsed. In an instant, it transformed from a complete body into powder, and with a slight gust of wind, it vanished without a trace. Only a gray ball of light and a thumb-sized object that was crystalline and translucent like a diamond remained where Luo Ho was. You've actually tempered your soul to such an extent. Looks like you'll probably really be able to attain the Tao if you're given a few tens of millions of years. Luo Fan praised in his heart when he saw this. The thumb-sized object that was crystalline and translucent like a diamond was condensed from Luo Ho's soul. It was also the core of Luo Ho's will. Being able to temper his soul to such an extent proved that Rahu's cultivation in the Tao corroboration through dreams had at least reached the adversity realm. If he were to continue like this, then he would definitely be able to break through and attain the Tao after a period of time and become an independent immortal. At that time, even if Luo Fan had attained the primordial Tao fruit now, he would probably have to expend a great deal of effort to seize the natural, indestructible spirit light from Luo Ho's body. Right when Luo Fan sighed with emotion in his heart, the existence that was crystalline and translucent like a diamond suddenly erupted with a myriad of specks of light that were clear like water. These specks of light erupted at an extremely swift speed, and in the blink of an eye, they'd completely devoured an area of 10 m. The connate inextinguishable spiritual light within this range was naturally engulfed by it. Luo Fan noticed it at the instant the specks of light appeared, and he frowned slightly. But in the blink of an eye, he smiled indifferently. He'd already understood Luo Ho's thoughts, and he knew how to deal with it, so he naturally didn't have to worry. In this minor thousand world, no one is able to refine and absorb the natural, indestructible spirit light without my will. Let me see exactly what sort of Tao fruit you've attained in your dreams. Luo Fan smiled. As he spoke, he didn't stop the specks of light from devouring the natural, indestructible spirit light. He just stood there silently as he watched the specks of light devour the natural, indestructible spirit light, and he watched as the specks of light changed ceaselessly. The myriad of specks of light that were clear like water naturally wouldn't stop because of Luo Fan's gaze. After they devoured the natural, indestructible spirit light, they suddenly turned and swiftly compressed and condensed. In the blink of an eye, the myriad of specks of light had already connected into a large expanse, and it ceaselessly elongated and compressed. In the blink of an eye, it had already transformed into a circular flat surface that was an entire 30 m in diameter. It was thin like a piece of paper, yet it seemed to be extremely firm and unbreakable, and it seemed to be rather profound. On the front of this circular flat surface, there were countless lights and shadows flickering at all times, and they flowed with brilliant lights and overflowed with various scenes that changed endlessly. Shockingly, it was an extremely complicated and rather complete world. This world was a continent that floated within a vast ocean. Within it were mountains, rivers, deserts, grasslands, plants, birds, beasts, and even countless humans, demons, devils, and Buddhas living within it. This is the world of your dreams? It looks quite perfect, but it's a pity that I'm the one who created this technique. How could I not understand the key to this technique? Luo Fan sighed. He took a step forward, and his figure rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, he was already like a speck of dust as he entered the circular world that was 30 m in diameter. As soon as he stepped into this world, Luo Fan felt an extremely familiar feeling surge into his mind. The sky was infinitely high, and the earth was infinitely vast. The void was filled with an aura that he was extremely familiar with, yet also extremely unfamiliar with. Above the void, there seemed to be a pair of high and mighty eyes that controlled everything, overlooking everything. Luo Fan knew that the pair of eyes belonged to Rahu. And this world wasn't that kind of fake world, but a world that existed between reality and illusion. If one said it was real, then it was real, and if one said it was fake, then it was fake. It was extremely mysterious and wonderful beyond words. The technique of proving one's Tao through dreams was a supreme technique that Luo Fan had created. Although it wasn't as profound as the Tao Fruit Great Path, it was superior to techniques like the Primordial Soul Great Path, the Golden Core Great Path, the Pattern Great Path, and the Talisman Great Path. Everything in this dream world was a manifestation of the Rahu. The sky, the earth, the mountains, the water, the flowers and grass, the creatures, the humans, the Buddhas, the demons, the fiends, they were all manifestations of the Rahu. Being included in this world meant being included in Rahu's world. Everything in this world was his enemy. Kacha! At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Endless loud noises that sounded like the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart rang out. These loud noises seemed to explode above Luo Fan's head, as if the sky was about to collapse and smash towards him. Luo Fan smiled and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the center of the dream world. There was a towering imperial city that seemed to have stood between the heavens and the earth since ancient times. At the center of the imperial city was the throne that belonged to the ruler of the world. At this moment, a young man in a yellow robe and a crown was sitting on it. The young man's body emitted an extremely dense emperor's aura. His entire body emitted an unparalleled might, as if all the power in the world was in his hands. As long as he opened his mouth, the world would change, the stars would shift, and the sky would fall, and the earth would crack. You're here? I knew you'd definitely step into this world. The young emperor smiled as he looked at Luo Fan's figure. What's the point? What can you do even if you expand this dream world? Luo Fan stepped in front of the emperor and sighed. The emperor was Rahu's greatest incarnation. In this dream world, he could be regarded as Rahu's representative. There's nothing I can do. I've already expected this situation to happen over the years. I've thought of countless ways to deal with this situation. However, I didn't expect that when it really came, none of the methods I thought would be useful. Rahu smiled bitterly. But you're still unwilling? Or do you want to fight one last time? Luo Fan shook his head and disagreed. Exactly. How can I be willing if I don't fight one last time? I've already hidden the connate spiritual light in a corner of this world. If you want to find it, you'll have to destroy this entire dream world. The emperor smiled. With a thought, Luo Fan's eyes flashed gold and silver as he looked at the entire world. In an instant, the unique aura of the connate spiritual light filled the world. It was as if every inch of space in this world contained this aura. It was as if countless rays of the connate spiritual light existed in this dream world. As expected of a part of me, you actually know how to hide from me. Luo Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Although he couldn't find the connate spiritual light, he wasn't worried at all. If Luo Ho had not attained the primordial unity Dao fruit, it might have been effective. However, Luo Fan might really have to destroy the entire world and bear the consequences of destroying the entire world in order to find this innate, inextinguishable spirit light. Destroying a complete world, even if it was a world between reality and illusion and was formed by Rao, would cause the supreme great Tao in the primordial world to produce a mysterious existence that would be placed on Luo Fan. This existence couldn't directly harm Luo Fan, but it could affect Luo Fan's soul and mind for a long time in the future, making it more difficult for him to cultivate. If he encountered a tribulation in the future, the power of the tribulation would increase by 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times, or 10,000 times. This was the consequence of destroying an entire world. But how could Rahu have known what an incredible realm it was to attain Tai Dao fruit? Destroying a world will result in a terrible consequence. This was originally a defensive method that I specially evolved when I created this method. How could I not know how troublesome it would be? Today, I dare to let you open this dream world. So how could I not know how to deal with it? Luo Fan smiled. He raised his hand and pointed a finger. In the unseen world, the supreme great Tao that overlooked everything in the world and controlled everything in the world gave birth to a mysterious power. Under this power, the entire dream world trembled slightly. Along with the shock, the aura of the innate, inextinguishable spiritual light that was scattered all over the world gradually condensed. After a while, it had already condensed in front of Luo Fan, forming a gray light ball.